Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Get the freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Morning, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show. Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms like, Apple Podcasts, pretty big one. You can leave us a nice little message there if you want. We'll review 5 stars. Say something mean if you want. I don't care. But just leave a 5-star review because one day, we'll get to a 4.7 rating. I mean, we won't, but it would be really nice if we did. It would be really cool. But, need your help. So if you are a time-shifted listener and you like to listen later, that's a good way to help us out a little bit and say thank you. I say 97.3 for sure, HD2. That's the way to do it. Go to 97.3 on your FM dial. Wait for the HD part to click in, and then you go to number 2, and you can hear the show in your car, on your car radio, in crystal clear high definition. And, of course, YouTube, so that you can see us and say hi. I thankfully still have all of my limbs, at least the ones I had yesterday. I was worried a little bit about frostbite after spending a half hour outside with Lyle before the game. It was really windy there last night. I'll just say this. I'm not surprised it was a 2-1 game. My only surprise is that it wasn't 1-0. That was a really tough environment to hit. I mean, to play baseball in general, but especially to hit. I mean, even
Lyle was going no coat.
Lyle was wearing a sweatshirt, no coat. It was insanity. Lyle, you were either the toughest or stupidest person I know.
As usual, it's probably the latter.
Yeah, I mean, there was some. Do you own a coat?
Probably.
What do you mean, probably?
Somewhere.
So you don't know if you own a coat?
I mean, I'm sure one exists. I don't wear it very often.
Yesterday would have been a day for it, I got to tell you. It was very cold out on the field, and I saw Lyle. I went down to the ballpark just because I wanted to see people, right? I hadn't had a chance to really focus on it all weekend long. I was gone, right? I was in Vancouver, so I wasn't able to get to any of the games. Just kind of be around, the people that are around the team. I enjoy that. I like seeing, Divish and Jude and Daniel Kramer and Shannon and all the folks that are down there. And I got a chance to talk to them. They were all hiding upstairs. Let me be clear. None of them were on the field when I got there. I saw them upstairs. And I was looking for some of the Mariners folks that I like to see. I like to always see Tim Hevley, who's been there a long time, head of PR, and other folks down there. And yeah, there was nobody. Just me, Lyle, and TJ, and Shannon. And Dave Sims, who was in town. It was nice to see Dave. And I ran into some other folks that I know. So it was good to be down there. But, man, it was the wind was blowing in. Let's just say that. And it was colder on the Mariners side than it was on the Yankees sideline. So good on them for fighting through it and battling through it. Even that big dude, the big lefty, Weathers, man, it took him 15 pitches or so before he started hitting upper 90s. Because I'm sure it took him a few minutes to kind of warm up that arm. Didn't take Luis Castillo too long to get into the groove. He was awesome last night. And I just really enjoyed watching that game. Just enjoyed it. It was a fun game to watch. Moved pretty quick, especially considering the Yankees were involved, and usually their games are not quick, right? They find a way to make everything take forever. And I just really thought that the Mariners played some pretty good baseball. With a couple of small exceptions. Are we at some point going to have to talk about Brendan Donovan's defense at third base? Is that going to be a conversation at some point? I hope not. But they're just like a couple of little...
I always have faith in what Perry Hill can do if you give it a little more time.
Uh-huh. Good.
We'll see.
Me too. It's not a conversation today. Today's a conversation about a walk-off hit, Cal Raleigh, pinch hitting. Today's a conversation about Luis Castillo and his 1,500th strikeout and how great he looked because a healthy and confident and dominant Luis Castillo, again, another one of these things that we didn't get to see last year. that I think would really, really add quite a bit more to what this team is capable of. So, like, there are so many great things about what we call Young and his 3 hits, like seeing them find ways against lefties, which is not going to be the strength of this team this year. All those things kind of jump out. But I will say I've got a little bit of a watch. Donovan, unbelievable with the bat, and you saw it again last night, a huge hit to move Rivas from first to third and really put the Yankees in a bind in the 9th inning. What he does for the team is tremendous. He's trying to make that move to third base, and right now he looks like he's trying to make that move to third base.
I thought that ball was hit pretty hard.
That one was, but it's just kind of, it's the bunt the other day, it's the 2 different pop-ups that he wasn't able to find. Like, it's just a bunch of those plays. They just add up. I don't think he's bad. I just said he looks like he's making the transition. So I have a little eye on that. But ultimately, look, this is a story of beating the Yankees, of getting above 500 for the first time this year, and hopefully they will never go back below it. Beat these Yankees a couple more times, head off to Anaheim, do your damage against a bad Anaheim team, and off you go. Like, this is how you start fast. So hopefully the start of more to come. I couldn't help but, as I watched last night, the thing that really starts to jump out to me is just what it's like watching ABS and watching the challenge system. Lyle, you and I have talked about it quite a bit leading up to it, and I've been trying to really reserve judgment until they're kind of into the swing of it, and I get a sense as to what it is really like. And just watching it last night, it is generally not disruptive and sort of exciting when they challenge a call. It is generally not disruptive and sort of exciting. When the Yankees challenged 4 in an inning, and by the way, they were right, so I'm not complaining about it, but I did start to feel like in that moment it took away from some of the momentum of the game. But okay, I get the sense that's going to be a lot fewer and far between. What I'm curious about, and I want to ask Passan about this when he joins us at 8:30 today, is will we see the umpires start to react? So I'm watching last night. They had, how many challenges were right at the bottom of the zone? 3 of the 4 or something like that were all right at the very bottom of the zone. And he was getting them wrong. The ump had his strike zone too low, right? And they kept throwing, Castillo's throwing sinkers or whatever it was at the bottom of the zone. And the Yankees are saying that's a ball. And they were right. Did Esterbrook, right? He's the ump last night. Did he start to adjust? I kept looking for it, and it was hard for me to note. I didn't really notice another pitch that was right on the edge that he got right like that for a ball. But I am curious to see if a few of these challenges, especially early-ish in the game, if they will make the umpires start to adjust, as they're like, hey, look, it looks like a strike to me, but clearly it's a ball, so I'm going to have to adjust my strike zone in the way I'm calling it in the middle of a game, or else I'm going to keep getting embarrassed out here.
I mean, ultimately, wouldn't that be ideal if they corrected on their own? You would think there's some guys like C.B. Buckner who...
Well, he won't do anything to correct it.
Apparently, Eugenio Suarez embarrassed him this week.
Sure did.
And the crowd loved it.
Yeah.
He just seems so stubborn. I wonder how that's.
But a guy like, I don't know Mike Esterbrook at all. I don't know whether he's a good ump or a bad ump or whatever.
He wasn't umping well yesterday. I'm looking forward to his umpire scorecard coming out.
It was not very good. But did it get better based on the challenge system? Because after they challenged those 4, they didn't have to challenge anymore. Is that because, he got lucky after that? I don't know. That sort of, here's Buster only on kind of the first weekend or so here of the ABS system.
I think it's going pretty smoothly. And watching it play out in spring training, I think the players, first off, they like the fact that if there's egregious calls, they can have them overturned. Tarek Skubal said to me in spring training, I'm not going to challenge unless it's something right down the middle and it's obvious. And they like having that club in their bag, that you can get potentially crossroad decisions turned around. I did not anticipate the drama that you would have in the park. The other day you mentioned the C.B. Buckner game. The way the crowd got into that, where Eugenio Suarez challenges on one call to extend an at-bat, and he's right, and the crowd roars. And then the next call, he challenges, and he's right again. The crowd was louder for that than any other time in that game. I think that everyone is kind of on board and understanding how this could help the product because you get important calls made correctly.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately getting the calls right is what matters. And thankfully, most of the ones that they called and overturned were significantly wrong. I still think that you need some sort of a gray area right around the edges of the plate where you just say, yeah, the call stands. There's no way to, there's no need to get it down to the millimeter. Let's just say the call stands. The umpire was close enough.
Like how the NFL says it has to be like overwhelming evidence to overturn.
It's not overwhelming. It's close. It's like it could be a ball. It could be a strike. It's right on the edge. Give me a half inch, or I don't know what the right number is, but give me a half inch, an inch of gray area where we just say, yeah, you don't get to overturn that. The call stands. But when Estabrook is 2.5 inches wrong, overturn it. Let's go. I thought it worked pretty well. So ultimately, Lyle, I think you've probably been more right on this than me. But I would like to see some sort of a gray area where the call stands.
I'm good.
Okay, I know.
A ball's a ball and a strike's a strike. Do your job.
Yeah, but it's not. I think that it's okay for an umpire to have their own strike zone. Anyway, let's move on. It was a good day for the Mariners. They get the walk-off win. We'll play it for you so you know exactly how it sounded next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton. Finance the 2026 BZ for 0% APR for 72 months, plus $6,000 TFS subvention cash. Lease the 2026 4Runner for $379 a month for 36 months, with $39.99 due at signing. Visit them today or online at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 2872.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This college basketball tournament moment is brought to you by Marriott Bonvoy.
In the 2019 NCAA tournament, 12-seeded Murray State was led by projected lottery pick Ja Morant. In the opening round against 5th-seeded Marquette, Morant put up a rare triple-double, scoring 17 points, 16 assists, and 11 rebounds.
Obviously, I wouldn't be able to get the triple-double without my teammates making shots.
He followed that with 28 points against 4th-seeded Florida State.
Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Clinton Yates here. Game day brings the excitement. Your stay should feel just as memorable. With Marriott Bonvoy, official hotel partner of the NCAA and U.S. Soccer, you're connected to a portfolio of brands designed for how you travel. Some offer complimentary breakfast. Others give you room to spread out, space to stay productive, or extended stay comforts. So whether you're a traveling fan or part of the team, Marriott Bonvoy celebrates the moments that live on before and after the game. Marriott Bonvoy, where game day checks in.
Mariners, Yankees. Tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax free edition only. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is taxes.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax free edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Progressive's Home Quote Explorer helps you easily find and buy the right coverage for you. It's everything you've always wanted. Well, I mean, as far as a website that lets you shop, quote, and buy insurance in one place. But hey, maybe that is everything you've always wanted. Yeah, people have different types of dreams. And if all you've ever been searching for is a website that helps you choose home insurance rates and coverage, boy, do we have great news about Progressive's Home Quote Explorer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, 5 games in. We've got our first walk-off of the year. And who else but Cal Raleigh?
The look in by Blackbird. Here we go, the stretch of the right-handers. 2-1 to Cal. Swinging a shot over the bag at first. Fair ball. The Mariners win it. Here comes Leo Rivas to score. Cal Raleigh with a walk-off single. And the Mariners beat the Yankees tonight. 2-1 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Cal Raleigh with a run batted in. A shot over the bag at first. Down the right field line. And the Mariners with their first walk-off win of the 2026 season. And the big dumper comes through in the clutch.
Yeah, he sure does. After getting the early part of the night off, he slid in as the DH in the 7th inning as a pinch hitter and came back around in the 9th to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, I think, when you have big moments like that does, give you confidence. And he just put up a really good at-bat there and got a pitch he could handle, put a really good swing on it. I think that's something definitely he builds on. And it's tough when you're sitting and then have to come into a game like that. But, I really give him a lot of credit tonight that he was able to do that and come in there. Not only come in, but coming in a situation, the first time up, with a runner at third there, and then the last time up with a runner in third and putting up a really strong at-bat.
I do wonder whether or not it was helpful for Cal to have had the first pinch hit at bat in order to then get a hit in the second at bat. I don't know. Or maybe someone like Mark DeRosa could learn about, I don't know, trying to pinch hit Cal at some point in a big game when you've got a big spot available. A lot of other people get a ton of credit. I thought Leo Rivas with a big hit, Brendan Donovan for setting the table there in the ninth. Luis Castillo was virtually unhittable. 6 shutout innings in the cold, windy air, just 2 hits allowed. Neither of them were hit hard. 7 strikeouts, including his 1,500th of his career. He was awesome. So much fun. I love watching that dude pitch and seeing him come up with an honor. That was nice.
Into the motion, the 1-2 to Judge. Half cut, did he go? Yes, he did. Strike 3. Judge goes down for Luis Castillo. Strikeout 1,500. And he does it against Aaron Judge.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to get it done. Logan Gilbert, Max Fried will go tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, owners' meetings this week in the NFL. That's always a chance for the coaches and GMs and everyone else to get together. We got to see Mike Macdonald in the big coaches picture. He was sitting with the Harbaughs, if you were wondering. And we got some updates, like Torrey Horton will be limited this spring, but should be good to go for training camp. They also expect their older players to be able to play after giving them some time off. So that's good. DeMarcus Lawrence obviously would be included in there. Still no official word on whether he's returning, but between hearing from Jonathan Hankins and then hearing from Mike Macdonald yesterday, I would say that's some pretty good signs. We also heard about the messaging, and Mike has a really difficult task ahead of him trying to message after winning a Super Bowl.
I think the focus is like, let's double down back on the process that we want. Let's not skip steps on where we need to go. I remember having the conversations early on last year with you guys. And it's like, hey, look, in order for us to be, have those conversations about division and playoffs and things, we have to become a championship team. Well, we're a new team. We have to kind of re-become the team that we're kind of like destined to be without being too cliche or whatever. But there's a lot of new pieces, and I think that's where the focus is.
Yeah, it'll be a challenge for him, no doubt. But hey, what a great challenge to have, right? Try to figure out how to message after winning a Super Bowl. Shout out to our friend KJ Wright. He was named linebackers coach for the 49ers. A promotion for him. I'm sure that was well deserved.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Are we ready for this? Yes, I will admit, I always wanted my team to be on Hard Knocks. This show's been on for 20 years or so, something like that, 20 years. I've never gotten a chance to watch a team that I like and root for and follow or cover be on the show. So I'm psyched for this. Seahawks will make their first ever appearance on the HBO show. It'll take us behind the scenes this summer. I guess they changed the rule last year so that it used to be you could avoid this by winning, which is one of the reasons the Seahawks have never had to do it, but they've changed those rules. So the Seahawks are doing it this year. The Patriots, I guess, are going to do it next year. I'm kind of curious, more like you, who's going to stand out?
Yeah, there's always a couple fan favorites, and a lot of times it's not the big name guys. That's why I was trying to go through the roster. I was like, is a Mike Morris or someone going to pop out? He's pretty funny. I don't know. Or I definitely think that they could love Adam Dirty. I don't know if you've watched him at training camp, but he's very energetic and animated and fun with the players. So
Leonard Williams and all the kind of stuff he likes to do off the field.
Sometimes they like to do excursions with them. Maybe they go spearfishing with him.
If they go spearfishing with Leonard Williams, I'm in. That's kind of awesome. Kraken got a big game tonight. They will be in Edmonton. Just 10 games left to play. That is everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. A lot of people disagree on my gray area take. That's okay. Isaac says, so you like ABS but want some gray area, sort of to keep the tradition and every ump having a zone and trying to figure out that. I get it. Yeah, well, thank you. That is what I want. I just feel like we went into this computer era, and at some point the home plate ump is just going to call balls and strikes based on the computer. Yeah, I don't want that. I'm okay with a little bit of this gray area. 425 wants to use his own ABS system to challenge my take. You can't do that. Salk, ask the listeners to vote to love or shove your take. No, they're my takes. I don't care whether you like them or not. I'm not doing this so that you agree with me. I'm telling you what I think. Hopefully, it'll make you think a little bit. We'll see. Jason Benetti is doing a heck of a job. He's got a really cool new job working on these NBC and Peacock broadcasts, which are, pretty advanced, and they're doing some really cool new things. We got a chance to talk to him after he got to see the Mariners, and we'll play it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. And I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Andre. Andre, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I were going to get married, and we wanted to combine our insurance for both home and auto.
Were they able to save you any money?
The money they quoted us was actually the same as what we were paying separately. However, the coverage that we received was immensely greater than what we were previously receiving. It's quite scary how unprotected we were with our previous coverage. Under First Mark, I'd probably say we doubled the coverage that we had. It was a huge deal.
What would you tell others they can expect when they make that call to First Mark?
Take the 15-minute phone call. It's totally free. It's not going to cost me a thing. And the very least that could happen is just gain a better understanding. The best that could happen is you could either save money or get much better coverage, which is exactly what happened.
Andre did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Mom with Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel's Mother's Day weekend giveaway. You could win one of 100 designer handbags filled with prizes on Saturday, May 9th and Sunday, May 10th. Don't forget to book a stay at the new hotel. It's awesome. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Head to snocasino.com for details. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a time out to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
Evan Cohen here. You know the feeling when a candidate just stands out. Not just the resume, but their energy. They're eager, engaged, and you know they want the role. That makes a difference. If you're hiring, you want a candidate who's passionate, but you can't get that insight from a resume unless you post your job on ZipRecruiter. Their matching technology finds qualified candidates fast, and ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested qualified candidates first. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Lewis County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington State who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Worried about tariffs, imports, hidden fees on your trees? Relax. At Big Trees, the only thing growing faster than our trees is your relief, because trees don't come with tariffs. What you will find is a massive nursery open to the public with hundreds of locally grown trees ready for planting. Come visit our nursery today or online at bigtreesupply.com. That's bigtreesupply.com.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Now through March 31st, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is paying your sales tax, plus offering easy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com today and save the sales tax.
If you don't care about saving 50% off your wireless bill for the same 5G coverage the big guys are charging a fortune for, maybe you care about keeping jobs in America. Pure Talk does. They've pledged to run their entire operation from this country, including all their customer service. Or maybe you care about our nation's veterans. Pure Talk does. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to America's Warrior Partnership, a fantastic organization working hard to prevent veteran suicide. Or maybe you care about closing America's skills gap. Pure Talk does. They're a proud supporter of MicroWorks. They're helping my foundation train the next generation of skilled workers. Don't get me wrong. Saving money's great, and you'll save plenty with Pure Talk. But if you want to be in business with people who share your values, dial pound 250. Say micro, and switch to an American wireless company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, the baseball media world, a little upside down this year, as a lot of stuff has changed. And one of the big differences is the addition of NBC Sports and Peacock. And Jason Benetti made the jump over there from Fox. And he's kind enough to join us after calling the game last night. Hi, Jason. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, Salk. Am I one of the first people to do your show by phone at SeaTac?
That's a good question.
No. Actually, no. No, I don't think so. I think we've had others. Did you get my notes, by the way? I sent you a full page of notes on the broadcast last night. Did you get those?
Yeah, I did. You know, it was weird, though. They were in the wingdings font. I don't know what you hit. So it was just a bunch of, like, faces and things like that. So I didn't get to read them yet.
I was wondering if there was going to be a Booger McFarland vehicle is that Ottavino that was in the bullpen? I was wondering if he was going to go up and down between the bullpens like on a sliding camera.
We would call it Otto's Auto, right? Yes, you know, just put him on a cart and send him along the rail cam they have at the ballpark.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, it was good.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you see this weekend?
Yeah.
What'd you see?
You know, I love Brendan Donovan for this team. I think it's a really good get. I think his level of care about the really small things in baseball is enormous for this team. And I said it last night, but the Cardinals couldn't have used him like the Mariners can use him. And I just think he's got a little bit of that, forget you sort of in him about the game of baseball. I thought it was really interesting the way Cleveland pitched Julio in the series. I mean, it was 71% fastball the first 3 games of the series. And coming out of the chute, throwing a guy that many fastballs, I think they see something based on what their pitchers have. And some of them are cutters, right? So it's not all 4-seam fastballs. But 71% in the fastball category is a lot. And I do think, too, both of these teams, Cleveland and the Mariners, everybody's going to have to use their bullpens some. And I never like when the Mariners lose an Andres Munoz game for you guys, because if you lose those, I mean, you're double counting, right? Because then you can't use him later on in the series if he's gone 2 of 3. So you basically lose 2 games on the average, or 1.5 when you lose an Andres Munoz game. So I thought the one Saturday night hurt. But, getting that performance from Emerson Hancock last night, when, Adam Ottavino is a very analytical, thoughtful guy about the art of pitching. And some of his reactions to those sweepers were pretty high level.
So you get to see. Oh, no, what, Salk? Go ahead. This is my buddy. What? No, go ahead. You hog it. I was gone all last week. No, go ahead.
No, hogging. Jeez. I was going to say what I like about Hancock is that it's confounding to the idea of trying to project trying to do projections based on stats and numbers. And I love those efforts. I love Dan Szymborski. I love the zip stuff. And I think it's great. It's a worthwhile exercise. But I don't know how you account for a guy developing a sweeper in the offseason. You just can't. And so I love the idea of confounding those expectations.
Totally. And that's why, I'm so interested in how people get pitched early in the season and what people see and what your adjustments are going to be, because, we can evaluate the now. And I evaluate players much more on their willingness to tinker at this point, because if you do, and you find anything, you're gonna, at least for, I would say like 2-3 weeks, right? That's all you get out of that as a starting pitcher, because the next time he's on the mound, people are going to be like, oh, yeah, look out for that sweeper and that real riding fastball, and then they're going to have a plan for that. So what's next after that? But, I think this staff is really well built in general, the starting staff. That's not going out on a limb or anything, but I think they are willing to tinker.
Salk, I know this guy we're talking to fairly well, right? Of any guests that we have on, I know this guy. I've been on the road with him for 4 years. This guy does not fake the funk on the nasty dunk, like Christian Weber used to say. Like he doesn't fake it. He doesn't have a producer in his ear telling him what to say. He writes nothing down ahead of time, so it is all top of mind. Benetti, I think you said during the broadcast yesterday, I'll go back to my notes and my emojis that I counted, I think at least 4 times you said about T-Mobile, this is a beautiful park. And whether it was the drone shots, whether it was some of the really cool pictures we had, it was so refreshing to see a new broadcast, a new set of eyes, new optics, new lenses, all of it. It was really, really neat. But you said multiple times, this place is a great place to call a baseball game. Why did it resonate so much?
Yeah, I mean, I think the architecture is great. I think it is fascinating to me when ballparks have novel quirks, and I just love the open air while also having a roof. I do think one of the best things a baseball stadium can do is make you feel like you're in that city. And, like everybody talks about seasonal affective disorder, and you guys get some rain and all that stuff, and that's real. But I think the energy of Seattle being like a little off the beaten path, there's just a Pacific Northwest vibe in that ballpark. And I think they've kept it up really well. The food is great. The hospitality is high level. But I think it feels like the city to me. And it's difficult to explain, but that's the sense that I get when I'm there. And I haven't been a Seahawks game in forever, but I know how loud it is there and just how much everybody cares. I've walked the concourse at T-Mobile a number of times over the past few years, and the array of characters, ages, types of people that you get at a Mariners game is striking to me. It is.
You should walk that concourse with Brock. You'll never make it around.
No,
hey, Brock. Hey, man. My dad was a Husky, and I watched you Puyallup and then with the Huskies, and I loved you and Damon. Thanks, man. What do you think the Huskies are going to do this year?
You misunderstand, actually. These people are saying my dad was Husky. Like they all just had obese fathers.
Yeah. That must have. Brock, I loved you in high school, man.
What voice
I was
is
there.
Huh? Is that stoner voice?
It's
of
just
the
the
90s?
voice of person reminiscing on the 90s. Yeah.
Spicoli from Fast Times.
It's reminiscing on the 90s voice, I guess.
Was it cold yesterday at all, though? Was it cold in the park?
I only said it 17 times.
No, it was 19. It was 19.
And I wouldn't have said it that many times, but they just kept bringing warm drinks. They brought a golden retriever over to comfort Adam Ottavino, it felt like. I mean, there was like a sled dog that stopped by too after the comfort animal. I mean, it was bracing, but that's the fun part of it, right? Like you can go and sit out in Los Angeles for our opener and have it be 72 and sunny and all this stuff. I would rather there be elements. I think that's the best part of baseball and the different thing that it provides. And I thought it was awesome, but they really it was like he was at a first aid tent, like there were just more people coming with warm drinks and a Brandy Alexander, and there was somebody in a smoking jacket playing the saxophone. I don't understand.
I'm going to disagree with you on that last part. You have me until that's one of the things I like about I don't think baseball should be played in the cold. I think it's terrible. I think it's a scourge. I think there should be no cold in baseball. Once it drops under 60 degrees, I think they should just cancel the games. That's not how baseball was meant to be played.
No, here's why I liked it. Because last time I was at T-Mobile for a national broadcast, the fire alarm went off 17 times. So we need it to be cold in that ballpark.
That's pretty funny. They do a great job, you're right, on just keeping up the ballpark in general and making sure that, they kind of stay with everything. They've invested a lot back into it. This year it's the new screen, the new Mariner Vision. They really do an awesome job with that. It's an underrated, cool part about this franchise. The top of the heart of the order did nothing, right? Julio, Cal, Naylor, essentially were non-factors throughout 4 games, and yet they scored a whole ton of runs. I would think that's probably a really good sign for the season, right?
Yeah, it's one of those, you go into the locker room, you're 1 for 15 from 3, and you're down 4. You're like, we're going to win by 12. It's good shots, it's all that. On Thursday, we had the Dodgers, and Andy Pages went 4 for 51 in the postseason last year. And he, being a pretty young player, to say this, he said, look, it's always going to happen in baseball. There's going to be a downturn at some point. I'm just disappointed it happened in the playoffs. And so with that level of clarity about a series, and also I think Cleveland is a top 5 pitching strategy and preparation team in all of Major League Baseball. And they have been for a decade and a half, I feel like. Carl Willis is state of the art. So if you go 2-2 against them and your big guns didn't do anything, I'm taking that and running. And I would also say, you get to play the bad franchises too.
What makes Cleveland so great at pitching strategy?
I think they let their guys figure out who they are. They let them tinker and play, and there's not you go into this box immediately. Although they've had success with the Corey Kluber, Shane Bieber, Aaron Savali sort of let's tunnel fastball slider. That has been very effective for them. But I think they go and find disparate arms. They find arms that they feel like have upside, and they turn them into something for the most part. So I think it's that they let people be unique, and they let pitchers tell them what they want to be and what they think they are. I think that's a big part of it. And they don't get enough credit for making that run. With all the ridiculous Luis Ortiz and Emmanuel Clase stuff. They lost their closer and a starting pitcher, and they made up 15 and a half games in the division. That's insane.
So as one who's going to watch a lot of Peacock this baseball season, to watch my buddy Jason Benetti on Sunday nights, is it going to be as much air traffic controller? I don't know if you know this, Michael, but Jason's father was an esteemed air traffic control guy at Chicago O'Hare for decades. Are you going to have that? Will there be that many moving parts every Sunday night? Will Ottavino, honestly, out in the bullpen, will you have multiple voices? Because, man, you were busy last night.
Yeah, I love it. I love it because you get a different dimension and it never gets stale. And, I think one of the cool facets of this show is that you put different parts in different places with different people and you get a different result. I'm different in that booth than I am in the Tiger show. I think Hyphen is different in that booth than he is in the Mariners show, which is a very good show. Aaron does an amazing job. You just get different conversation when folks are around different ex-players and all that. So I love it, and I think it's going to be novel every week. But, it's really fun in the air traffic control department, like you said. I think the piece of it that is the most interesting to me is, we have to get off of the conversation really fast and into the play-by-play. And there's just a rhythm to analysts that they know. You know, these people do it a lot. So they know the cadence and they know the rhythm and the timbre of it. And I think it works.
What else are you going to be doing with NBC?
So, you know, Saturday Night Live is been a great show. No, so football, basketball of some sort. I don't know what yet, and I'm not. Brock knows. I don't know what it's going to be as yet, but some football, NBA, college basketball, and then MLB on Sunday nights.
Awesome.
I know it's
Congrats.
really,
It's
yeah,
cool.
it's so cool. It
Thank-
is. I
thank
sent you,
you.
didn't I
Thank
send you the piece, Salk, on that NBC did, that Today Show did on Benetti? It was just awesome. 3.5 minutes. Could have been a lot more. Look forward to the documentary coming out at some point.
Cool.
On my buddy, do the work, Benetti. I know it's really early, so it's really hard for you to answer this. Maybe 3 months from now when we have.
Well, that's some good stuff with Jason Benetti yesterday as he came on, and loved the conversation, the opportunity to talk with him about what he saw during his time here in Seattle on Sunday. And I think we're going to get a lot more of him over the course of this year as the Mariners get more and more of these national broadcasts. Eventually, one of them will feature the youngest Mariner, Colt Emerson. And when it does, we can talk about the brand new contract that he just signed. According to Robert Murray, breaking news, Colt Emerson and the Seattle Mariners are in agreement on an 8-year, $95 million contract extension, according to sources. The deal includes a 9th-year club option, a full no-trade clause, and escalators that can bring it north of $130 million. Emerson represented by Aces. The details on the 8-year, $95 million extension, which is a record for a player who has not yet debuted in the majors. So there you go. Wow. Huge news this morning, $95 million over 8 years for Colt Emerson, but the team's got an option for 9th. So let's think about what this means, at least in current MLB, CBA world, because we don't know what this is going to look like after this offseason. But assuming players have their teams, have the control of a player for 6 years, right? Essentially 3 years pre-arbitration where you make the league minimum, and then 3 years of arbitration where you make progressively more each year, assuming you continue to get better and better. This would mean that during those 6 years, he's getting paid, and then he gets another 2 years after that, where instead of being a free agent, he's still the Mariners. He's still committed here. And really, it's 3 because they have the opportunity to add a club option. So the Mariners are going to give him close to $100 million now over the course of this contract, guaranteed. But it means that he doesn't get till free agency until he's 3 years older than he normally would be. And the Mariners have him during that time. It's a good deal, right? Instead of 6 years to free agency, it's going to be up to 9 years. So he's going to be 29 years old, right?
It should be after 2034, if I'm doing the math right.
Yeah. So he should be 29 heading into age 30 when he becomes a free agent. And good for him. By the way, at 30 years old, 29, 30, you could still make some really good money in free agency after having already pocketed $95 million and guaranteed it for yourself. By the way, he could get up to $130 million during that time if he's the kind of player they think he's going to be. And I'm sure this allows them to move some of the money around into seasons where they would want to spend more versus less. Is there risk? Yeah. Of course there is. You don't have to look far to remember the name Evan White. Of course there's risk. They signed Evan White after he'd been in the league a very short amount of time, and it didn't work at all. Is there risk? Yeah, because we remember Jared Kelenic, a guy that they wanted to sign to a deal similar to this when he was in the minor leagues. He came up, he turned down that deal, biggest mistake of his life, and the greatest thing that ever happened to the Mariners, because unfortunately for Jared, he's a bust. So they must really feel confident in Colt Emerson, the person, in addition to Colt Emerson, the player. I don't blame them. Colt Emerson, the person, very different from Jared Kelenic. And I think that's a big reason why they feel a whole lot better about this deal. and doing it even after some of those mistakes and potential mistakes of the past. I think Colt Emerson, the player, is a whole lot more likely to succeed than Evan White. Better bat, more premium position. D, not just, I mean, look, Evan White can play D, but he did it at first base. This kid can run. I mean, just all of the things that Colt Emerson can do. He's stayed healthy. That hasn't been a concern. So, yeah, I understand 100% why they would go down this road with Colt Emerson. Is there risk? Of course there is. But the potential reward, if he is the dude that you think he's going to be, top 10 kind of prospect, is that you get him at a fairly reasonable rate, $100 million over the course of 8 years. And maybe that goes up to a 9th year, but okay, fine. That's time that you don't have to negotiate with him, that he can't become a free agent. So I think this is awesome. Yeah, I hope he's not Dustin Ackley. I hope he's not Jared Kelenic. I hope he's not Evan White. Those are cautionary tales. I hope he's Julio Rodriguez, who also signed a deal. Now, it was once he was into his first season. It was once he'd been and seen Major League pitching. Yeah, there's definitely a question mark here. But it shows you just how strongly they feel about him. And I'm going to keep coming back to, it shows you the Mariners really, truly have a system that they are following, right? It is draft. He was drafted. Developed. He's now been developed. Trade. Well, he's not a part of that part. And retain. For the guys that they really think are part of their core, part of their nucleus, they want to retain them. They want to keep them here long term. And they're willing to spend a tremendous amount of money to make it happen. And they're willing to take a risk. But they're a lot more willing to take an $100 million risk on 9 years of Colt Emerson, a guy they've gotten to know, as opposed to spending that kind of money on a free agent that comes from the outside. This probably means that JP Crawford is not around next year. Not that that was a huge surprise. He's entering the final year of his deal. Maybe there's a situation in which he does return, but it feels hard to imagine. Yeah, 360, I agree. Guaranteed opening day shortstop next year, no doubt. I would say he probably is, for sure. Good. Like, they really, truly believe in him. And by the way, if JP comes back and signs a short-term deal, could he find himself a second or third or so? Yeah, of course. There's always ways to do this.
I just like that this kind of runs in line with some other young stars that have gotten extended. So if you're a Mariners fan, you should be fired up about this, because what the Mariners are saying with this extension is they truly believe Colt Emerson's going to be in the Jackson Churio, Roman Anthony type bucket, because those are two 21, 22-year-old players that got extended super early, are cornerstones of their teams, and are stars.
It also means there's no reason to play games. I know the Mariners get grief at times for being cheap and for being, an ownership group that doesn't want to pay anything, yada, yada. The ownership groups that actually are like that play games with these guys, right? Pittsburgh and Oakland, not Oakland anymore, Tampa, like those teams play games. They wait until their Super 2 status is up, and then they try to make sure they did get an extra year by kind of screwing the player over. They're not doing that. If anything, this gives them all of the opportunity now to wait as long as they need to bring him up when it's the absolute right time. When it's the absolute right time in his development, not when it's the right time to start the clock. Because the clock's now already started on him, whether he's playing in the big leagues or not. Great. I love this. I really do. And this is how you commit to players. This is how you commit to players. And show them that if they go through that draft, develop, and trade scenario, there is the retention element where you can get paid and get paid a lot of money here. So put him on the list with Julio. Put him on the list with Luis Castillo. Put him on the list with Josh Naylor. Put him on the list with Cal Raleigh. Curious to see what happens with the group of pitchers. Yes, I think it's important to note that most of those players, other than The Rock, are all hitters, and it is a lot safer to extend hitters than it is to extend pitchers. But now there's a great conversation to be had about what this looks like for a kid moving forward who they clearly believe in. Clearly. Remember, the Mariners don't have a lot of money invested in players after, 2027 or 8? They really don't. It's Julio, it's Naylor, it's Cal. Like, it's a couple guys like that. After that, there's really nobody. Now you're going to add Colt Emerson to that list. You've got guys who will still be under team control, and they'll get raises due to arbitration. But they don't really have a lot of long-term commitments, which gives them opportunities to retain with the guys that they want to retain. And this is one of them.
Also, I know you've obviously presented the risk that could be associated with a deal like this. The other side of it is for how just expensive premier shortstops are in the game of baseball at their late 20s. If you all of a sudden get ages 27, 28, and 29 Colt Emerson for $12 million a year, and he's a 6-WAR player, it's a bargain.
Because a player right now of that ilk is making $40 million a year?
Yeah. I mean, Bo Bichette's contract is absurd, and he wasn't even close to that.
$40 million a year, and God knows what they'd be making in 6 years, 8 years. Yeah, I mean, you could be getting a guy at that point who should be making $50 million a year plus in the 12 to 15 million. And I'm sure that money goes up as he goes up. But even if it's at 25 million at that point, unbelievable deal for the Mariners. And yeah, there's risk associated for both of them. And they both agreed that this is the way to get it done. By the way, it also speaks to how comfortable he must be here that he's willing to commit here for the next 9 years of his career. All right, we'll be right back. Brock's in. It's Brock and Salk. Colt Emerson signs an 8-year, $95 million extension. Hasn't even played a game in the bigs. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
With the experience of over 150,000 procedures, the doctors at K2 Vision will know which procedure is best for you. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Sitting in traffic, squeezing into a parking spot, all to squeeze in getting tax help during your lunch break. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert who does your taxes for you, while you go about your day getting real-time notifications about their progress and the most money back guaranteed. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Only available with TurboTax experts. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually really add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Skagit County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton, and the deals are unbeatable. Finance the new 2026 Tacoma SR at 2.99% APR for 72 months, plus get $500 TFS subvention cash, or lease the 2025 Tundra SR5 at $539 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 7594-8361.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Draft, develop, trade, and retain. That was the edit I put on the Mariners' DDT philosophy, Brock, because it just seems to better fit what they actually do. Yes, they've got to draft, develop, and trade, but when you got the right guy and he's in your building and you know who he is and you think you know what he's going to be, you got to spend the money to retain him, and that's exactly what the Mariners have done. Today, that philosophy continues and gets another opportunity to see it in action as Colt Emerson signs a long-term deal before he's even played a game in the major leagues. 8 years, $95 million guaranteed. The Mariners have a team option for a 9th year. That money can get over $130 million with escalators and other things that he can hit. But that is a risk and a potentially huge reward for the team. And for Colt, it is security today that no matter what happens in his life, he's got close to $100 million coming his way.
Yeah, I would have to imagine yet again. So a lot of the goodwill that we have talked about over the last year or 2 years, Salk, the Cal Raleigh extension before last year, the Julio Rodriguez deal, the investments that this team has made, that this organization, that this ownership group have made, I would think this continues the momentum of goodwill. And I just, man, the news broke, about a half hour ago. Morris sent us the tweet, and my mind has kind of been racing since of why would Colt do this? As you just mentioned, it gives him long-term security. But man, that is locking yourself up for, 8 years?
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's not alone in this, right? As Lyle was just talking about during the break, Corbin Carroll and Roman Anthony, and we're seeing young players do this and just say, man, I do want that long-term security no matter what happens in my life. And with injury and everything else, I've got a guarantee here for the next decade of my life. Yeah, in the end, I guess, as my mind races on both sides of it, it's a win. It's a win.
Mm-hmm.
It is one of the youngest, your youngest, most talented player by all accounts, who was on the threshold and is on the threshold of being on this big league roster, who wants to be here and who commits to you for the next decade of your life. And if you are right on this and he becomes anywhere near that kind of player, you're going to get remarkable bang for your buck.
Yeah, I think what it's saying, and I will understand every Mariner fan who's got a little scar tissue here, right? Because they've had 2 or 3 of these opportunities where they've tried to extend guys long-term, or in some cases have at the very beginning, and it has not worked out well for those players. But I think what the Mariners are telling you here is they believe more in the person than in Dustin Ackley or in Jared Kelenic, and they believe more in the player than in Evan White.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He's a better player than Evan White, and he's a better prospect, but he's a much better, I don't want to say better human, because it's not like those other guys were bad guys. I don't mean that.
Just makeup.
But the makeup is much more trustworthy in terms of his ability to sustain this and live up to the potential that he's got. So, huge deal. $95 million guaranteed. You know, that is a lot of money if it doesn't work out, but it's not as much as you're spending on a big-time shortstop free agent. And if that doesn't work out, you're really in trouble. Joe Doyle tweeted this a few minutes ago, and it's another interesting point here, Brock. Mm-hmm. One of the implications is that if Colt were to come up and win Rookie of the Year, something that he would be a favorite to do, they no longer would receive an additional first-round pick.
Because they locked him up in this contract?
Because he's now locked up. He's not part of the CBA pre-arbitration time of his career.
Well, and if anything, it just gives him more time to develop. You don't have to worry about that PPI pick and thinking about, let's call him up in a week, 2 weeks, late April. Yeah, just to have to think about, let's get him up in time to try to accrue the pick. Now you just let him develop.
Yeah, I think this really helps, or could conceivably help, his development. And again, go back to those words, draft, develop, trade, and retain. He was obviously drafted and developed. This continues to help with the development process. Mm-hmm. The trade part is not relevant here, but the retention obviously is. And yeah, throw him on the same list now as Julio and Castillo and Cal Raleigh and Josh Naylor, guys that they've looked at and said these are players that we want to continue to build our team around.
Yep. That's pretty big money, man, as you kind of lay that out. I mean, that is a significant amount of money, especially upon the news over the weekend that Daniel Kramer reported that conversations were had with Logan Gilbert and Brian Wu over the offseason. A deal never obviously coalesced or got much momentum there. And if you're Brian Wu and you're Logan Gilbert this morning and you see that news, you react how?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're happy for a guy that's not played one inning in big league baseball yet, right? But man, it's almost $100 million with escalators.
I mean, maybe, but I also look at it and say, hey, I had conversations with the team this offseason and it didn't work out.
That's right. I mean, there's not a bitterness.
Which I said no.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, they're not looking at Colt like, come on. No, absolutely not. Not the quality of these guys and the way that this organization is developed. But yeah, I would think that those guys, especially Wu, who's got many more years of arbitration, would kind of look back at that and go, okay, so he did pull the trigger. He did get it done. Position player versus pitcher, different risk tolerance. I understand all of that.
But if I'm a pitcher, to me, I'd be much more willing to try to sign that. But look, you're also, if you are someone like Logan Gilbert, who was it who had this yesterday? Daniel Kramer, maybe? That you're looking at it and saying, man, if I get to free agency, Max Fried got $200 million. That's right. There's a lot of reasons to get there. Mm-hmm. You asked why would Colt Emerson say yes?
Yeah, why would Colt do it?
For $100 million.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if I'm Colt Emerson, and I'm not, but if I was, I would look at this and say, okay, there are essentially 3 options in front of me. I can not sign a deal, play for 6 years, have unbelievable success, and then at the end of that, make hundreds of millions of dollars. I guess there's 4 things that could happen. That's one. I cannot sign this deal, get hurt, blow out my knee, blow out my shoulder, never succeed, whatever. Evan White it, Dustin Ackley it, Jared Kelnick it, make, I don't know, $2 million, $5 million in my career, and then fade off into nowhere with, a little bit of pocket money. Kyle Lewis would be another example. Maybe $10 million if things work out okay. I can sign this deal, make $100 million, $95 million, and then and fail and ride off into the sunset with nearly $100 million to my name. Or I can sign this deal, make $100 million, and then make another $100 million or so when I get to free agency before the age of 30. No, maybe I don't maximize every single dollar. Maybe instead of making $500 million in my career, I make $400 million in my career. I don't know what the right numbers are.
Right.
But isn't that worth it to guarantee yourself close to 100?
Would you do it if Mike Salk, the baseball player, was this kind of caliber player?
I would do this yesterday. Yes, of course. To me, this is an obvious deal for both sides. Just when you look at all of the various possibilities, he gets generational wealth no matter what. And if it works out, he can add even more generational wealth to it. Maybe just not quite as much as
now, the guys in his boat have not done this. I know we mentioned some of those names: Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Wood Jr., some of the shortstops that he.
Some of those guys haven't,
too.
but Jackson Churio and Roman Anthony and Corbin Carroll and some other guys have done it. So I mean, I understand both sides. And if I were, Gunnar Henderson and I'm in Baltimore, maybe I don't want to make that deal. If I'm Roman Anthony and I'm in Boston, maybe I do. That's obviously Colt Emerson here in Seattle with what's being built and what they're offering to these guys, he's decided to make it happen.
And I think the commitment, I'd come back to that, because it has been such a narrative for so long. I think this, once again, is yet another young player that's like, man, they're giving us everything we need to succeed. They invest in us. This is a world-class facility. Our spring training facility, they invest and they invest and they invest. And they want the best for us. They want us to become the very best we can. And if I have all of that and a $100 million guarantee, sign me up, sign my name, and here is my direct deposit.
Pretty darn cool. All right, we'll come back with everything you need to know. This is obviously number one on that list. Colt Emerson has never played a game in the big leagues, and he's now worth close to $100 million for playing this game of baseball. What a world. More next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here for my friends at People Come First, or PCF Construction Group. Spring, well, it's the perfect time to start planning your dream deck. And right now, PCF is making it easier than ever to get you started with 50% off your custom professional design and architectural drawing package. What does it mean? Well, it means you can save over $9,000 on your project. And with 12 months of no interest, no payment financing, you can design your deck now and pay later. Most people who start with a design package end up with the outdoor space they've always dreamed of. And this offer is your first step. Don't wait until summer and wish you had started the process sooner. Start it now. Do what Molly and I did some years ago. Contact PCF Construction Group today. Get project ideas, browse photos, and find all the offer details at PCFgroup.com. Go see my friends at PCFgroup.com.
Making your outdoor space with People Come First.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Mariners, Yankees. Tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
And we're back. The big headline today. Your Washington Credit Union, WSECU, has done it again.
5 straight years as Forbes' best in-state credit union. That's a dynasty, Rick, like 5 straight championship rings.
Or 5 seasons hitting 400, Steve.
Holy catfish. If you want a team that wins year after year, join your Washington Credit Union, WSECU. Details at WSECU.org.
Hey, it's Dave Wyman speaking to those who have recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's important to know you have several options for treatment. I'm here with Dr. Meyer, medical director of the Swedish Radiosurgery Center, to talk about one of the best and technologically advanced treatment options, CyberKnife. Dr. Meyer, why is CyberKnife one of the best procedures to treat prostate cancer?
Well, treatment for prostate cancer can affect men's quality of life. It can affect their romantic life. It can affect their urine and bowel function. And the CyberKnife does the best job of preserving that function while having excellent cancer control rates.
What do your patients think of the CyberKnife treatment experience?
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. They report very few side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
To learn more about CyberKnife for prostate cancer, go to swedish.org/CyberKnifeProstate or call 206-320-7187. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Now through March 31st, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is paying your sales tax, plus offering easy 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com today and save the sales tax.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, breaking news this morning. The Mariners have signed their best prospect, Colt Emerson, young shortstop, just 20 years old, yet to play a game in the big leagues. He signs a deal, 8 years, $95 million guaranteed. There's a team option for a 9th year. The deal could be worth ultimately over $130 million. There's a full no-trade clause. There are some wins in here for the player, and I think a lot of wins in here for the team as well. but a huge commitment, Brock, to a guy who, let's face it, loves to play the game. That's what he told us, or at least told the media just a couple weeks ago.
I have a love for the game that is just, I don't know how to describe. I just love the game so much, and I love every aspect, and coming out here and being able to practice my craft has just been amazing, and I can't wait to do it for longer. You know what I mean?
Have you always had that love?
Yeah, and I think even more so the more I get into pro baseball. You know, it's the opportunity to be able to come out here every day and work on specifically baseball is the greatest opportunity that I've been given. And I'm taking full advantage of it. I love it. I do.
Well, he's going to get to love it here for a long time to come.
Yeah, the more that I do kind of sit on this and react to it here over the last hour or so, this is a win-win. It's a win for the player to make generational money and guarantees. It's a win for the organization that if he becomes half the player that you believe he can become, that over time that deal is going to be very favorable to your budget. It'd be great to have Jeff Passan. I know that Jeff has been incredibly high on him, as most in baseball have, as one of the top 10 prospects that is just sniffing the big leagues. And oh, by the way, yeah, he had a pretty nice home run over the weekend and double, and some really hard contact with a guy that can run, that can field, right? That's got all of the tools that you're looking for.
Well, when we asked Kevin Seitzer before the year, who would you buy stock in?
Colt Emerson looks really good right now.
Yeah, well, that was what he said. He went on from there, but the team certainly decided to buy stock as they've made a $100 million bet that this kid is going to work out.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We had a pretty good night last night as well, as we got our first walk-off of the season.
The look in by Blackbird. Here we go, the stretch of the right-handers. 2-1 to Cal. Swinging a shot over the bag at first. Fair ball. The Mariners win it. Here comes Leo Rivas to score. Cal Raleigh with a walk-off single. And the Mariners beat the Yankees tonight. 2-1 in the bottom of the ninth inning.
Pretty darn cool. Cal had come in to pinch hit in the 7th, came back around in the 9th with men on first and third. Credit to Rivas, credit to Donovan for really, I felt like, putting the Yankees in a bind, right? What do? You want to pitch to Cal, first and third, one out? Or you want to walk Cal and pitch to Julio with the bases loaded?
Don't you have to pitch to Julio there? Don't you have to at least have righty on righty? Cal's a switch hitter. Don't you at least have to have that? Don't you at least set up the bang-bang play? Don't you at least set up bringing the infield in?
I think I would have done that, although I hate loading the bases and means that you've got to throw strikes to Julio because a walk is going to lose the game. I don't know. It's a bind. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that Judge made Booney made the right decision, but here was Cal afterwards.
Yeah, he went 2 cutters there to start the at-bat, curveball. I was just looking for something hard in the heart of the plate, and it cut in on my hands a little bit, but I was able to keep it fair. So, I was just trying to get barrel on the ball, trying to get something to the outfield, trying to square something up, keep it simple. I was able to get enough of it to get it through. So.
I think you're also looking at it if you're Boone and just saying, look, Cal's been struggling. They got him in the 7th inning. They're trying to get him again. They felt like they have a plan. But obviously didn't work for them, and that's great news for the Mariners, who now get over 500 for the first time and hopefully will never look back, right? I mean, this is your opportunity now. Logan Gilbert against Max Fried later today. Cal was supposed to have a day off, Brock. Just a little, I think, physical and maybe even mental break. Get the sense Cal was working extra hard after the WBC to try to get himself fully up to speed. And so maybe a day off was exactly what he needed.
What was it, 2 for his last 25 with 15 Ks? When you look at the WBC and the first 4 games, right? And just timing-wise, it felt like his swing wasn't there. Let's hope like a great shooter sees one go through the net, or we hear one like we did yesterday with that UConn shooter. Just see one go through and get that hit and kind of get that energy and that confidence.
Got to also give some credit to Luis Castillo. What a night, man. 6 innings of dominant pitching. He was phenomenal last night. Shut down a very good offense. Dominated.
Were you playing the Righteous Brothers behind while you were cooking dinner?
I was watching that on my computer at the Kraken Community Iceplex yesterday, bro.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Shout out to Cecily for being like, I just played 5 games in 3 days. You know what I want to do is go to Stick and Puck. Okay.
Of course you do.
Finds a bunch of boys her age there.
You got that dog in you, Salt. You got that dog. You got to let it bark.
I told her. I'll never say no as long as she's the one asking. Let's see. A bunch of Seahawks things. But the biggest news, Brock, of anything is they're going to be on Hard Knocks. I'm so excited for this. I have stopped watching Hard Knocks because it's gotten boring because it's been on for 20 years. But if it's going to be my team in it, I'm in.
Yeah.
Double barrel. Let's go. Who are you excited to see?
Oh, I'm excited for Gray Zabel. I'm excited for some of the personalities.
Are they going to go spearfishing with Lynn Williams? I hope so.
You do that in Lake Washington, so.
Well, they could go on an excursion with him. They can meet him wherever he and Balding are going, like the Bahamas or whatever.
Don't you think Derek Hall's monster trucks are going to be?
Oh, that could be a part of it.
Yeah.
I hope we get a whole segment on Derek Hall's legs.
You know who I thought of initially? Maybe I've been in this business too long. I immediately thought of Diamond Dave Pearson and just how much time it's going to take to everything that goes through the Seahawks filter before it's going to make air. Like, nope, that's not going up. Nope, that's not going out. Like, nope, that's not going out. We're not putting that out. Nope, sorry, can't use that.
Not a lot of news coming out of the owners' meetings. The one sort of newsy item, Torrey Horton, limited this spring, but should be good to go for training camp. That's everything you need to know. Quarter past every hour.
That's not it, Mike.
Here on the Brock and Salk Show.
Mike McDonald finally watched the Super Bowl.
Okay.
That was some news, too, okay? Finally watched the game tape. You don't think that's big news?
I thought it was funny that he said the reason he did it was because he was sick of watching college players. Do you think that has something to do with this draft? Where it's like, these guys are awful. I'm so sick of watching them.
For Daniel Jeremiah, who's going to actually join us this week on Thursday. But yeah, we might want to cut and have that ready.
All right. Well, Jeff Passan is going to join us in an hour. Colt Emerson has himself a tremendous morning as he's now worth over close to $100 million over the next 8 years as the Mariners sign him to a big deal. Let's not leave out what it did for the team. Well, not what that did, but what the team itself did last night, Brock. Just a few minutes to react to it. We'll do it next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. And I just feel like we talked about this during spring training that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here. Look, more than 4,000 people here just locally have trusted Eastside Weight Loss Clinic because it's a safe way to lose weight. I'm one of them, and you may even know somebody else who's done the program who's had the same kind of success that I did. Yeah, you can drop 10 pounds in the first week. I did that. I lost 35 pounds overall, and I did it while eating healthy, fresh food that you buy at the grocery store. There's none of that costly recurring monthly payments for injections or pills or reading about any of the scary side effects. No, of course not. It's all just real food that you're cooking in the right way and eating at the right times. It's a doctor-developed plan that is safe, and it works. It's as simple as that. 15 minutes, that's how long you're going to spend in traffic today. Why not instead spend that time talking to the folks at Eastside Weight Loss Clinic? Schedule your consultation for free at eastsideweightlossclinic.com because the only thing you have to lose is the weight itself. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Mariners, Yankees. Tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Spring is the perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We'll talk to Jeff Passan in an hour, and we'll ask him more about the $95 million extension that Colt Emerson signed. News coming out early this morning by Robert Murray, who I think may join us tomorrow, Brock, to talk about this. And
yes, 7:30.
7:30 tomorrow morning. Right on cue. Thank you, Maura. Nice job. So Robert Murray, who broke this news, will join us tomorrow morning at 7:30. I know Bump and Stacy are going to talk to Joe Doyle about it, I think at noon, if I saw that correctly. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be a story all day long. I don't want to forget about the fact, Brock, I'm not just going to forget about the fact that the Mariners had a walk-off win last night, and there was a lot to like about it. First of all, I just enjoyed watching it. I was, as I told you, kind of all over the place this past weekend. I was up in Vancouver. Like, there was a lot going on. So it was nice for me anyway, and I know others have already had this experience, to just be able to sit and watch the game. I listened to some of it in the car. I watched some of it on my computer. I watched some of it at home. The app is nice, the way it kind of travels with you, which is really great. And I could easily watch while I was with Cecily at KCI. So, it was just a fun watch. The changes they've made to baseball over the last few years have just made the game, I think, a little bit better. I didn't think I was going to like all of them, but I do. I definitely like the pitch clock. And you feel it on a night like last night, which probably would have been played quickly anyway due to the weather. But like just the how quickly everything moves, that is important.
a pacing element to it. There's no question. There's also something about the Yankees and the Mariners feel a little bit like the 49ers and the Seahawks. Like you put these two teams out there, they're going to play really competitive, compelling baseball. Every game seemingly is going to be close. It's going to come down to an at-bat. It's going to come down to a moment. It's going to come down to a pitch. And, man, you put Luis Castillo against these guys, and you get some of Luis's very, very best. And now you've got the full array. You've gone through the rotation one time, Salk. And I know Jeff Passan's going to talk about it in 40 minutes with us. Like, yep, that's what this team is built upon. There you go.
Well, the last four guys in the rotation have gone 24 innings and given up 3 runs.
That's pretty good.
Like, you do that, you're going to win a lot of games.
That's right.
You do that, and you're going to win a lot of games.
Yeah, I think Logan gave up, 3 runs, so technically not 5 quality starts, but outside, but right on the verge of that. And the strikeouts to walks and just the dominant stuff and the swing and miss and just everything that you kind of signed up for that I guess Emerson is filling in technically for Bryce, so it's not, the 5 that you kind of maybe counted on.
No, but there are people out there who think Bryce is poised to have the best year of anybody. So, yeah, it has been just a cool thing. It is a reminder, and the weather last night, it was cold and windy, and it was not likely to be a high-scoring game. But it is just a reminder that it is always still starting pitching that is at the heart of everything. And they know it. We know it. We all like it. Just every single night, they're giving themselves an opportunity to go win because their starter is likely to have a quality start or better. Trevor Plouffe, I like this, Brock. You remember Trevor Plouffe, and he's on MLB Network these days. He was talking about Emerson Hancock's sweeper, this new pitch, right, that has really seemed to help him take off. And he's comparing it to some pretty lofty names.
I know there's pitching depth in Seattle, but hey, bro, like you're going to carve yourself out some time if you continue to pitch like that. And that slider does seem like it's like the seams finally catch the air.
Yes.
And then just rips down. And there's a few guys. I always say AJ Burnett was maybe the nastiest slider I've ever seen in my life. Josh Beckett, same thing with his curveball, where it just floats and then just catches, goes.
Yes,
it's interesting right there. But I've seen that pitch before, and it makes you want to get out of the box.
2 of my favorite pitchers to watch, Burnett and Beckett. I don't know whether he's quite at that level yet, but that's the guy who's supposed to be their number 6. Last night, Luis Castillo dazzled with the fastball. When he needed the slider, it was there. He was kind of able to do it with the 2 fastballs and the slider against that lineup last night. And when he's on, Luis is just fun. And the fact that he gets to 1,500 strikeouts and does it against Aaron Judge, that's great.
Pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool all the way around. And as you said, a chance now to get above 500, chance to win this series, a chance to just, kind of have a great opening homestand against 2 really good ball clubs that more than likely you're going to see in the playoffs and be in the playoff mix. I don't know, about 160 games from now, but, in a long ways to go. But so much to like. Cole Young with 3 hits, doing it against lefties. Brendan Donovan being a revelation that he has been. Little Leonardo at the bottom of the lineup, just mixing things up. Just finding different ways to win.
Yeah,
that's going to be, I think, a lot of the
that.
theme for this group.
You really needed that last night. Nobody was hitting the ball out of that park last night. I mean, maybe if Stanton or Cal or somebody had connected so perfectly.
So we see young Lyle in Peoria, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we got to hang out with him, and we got to see him in 90-degree weather. His poor eyes, I don't know what was going on. The sunscreen was in his eyes. There was irritants. The shorts are pretty short. He looked uncomfortable, frankly. Even as a guy that lived 4 years in Tempe, Lyle just kind of looked fairly uncomfortable. And then he gets him home, and you get the animal in his natural habitat, Salk. And how many times is he hanging out in the marine layer, cold marine layer? And then you're telling me he's shivering and shaking.
Well, I'm telling you he wasn't wearing a jacket. And Lyle, when I asked him about it this morning, said he wasn't sure if he owned one.
I don't need one. It's fine.
You needed one yesterday.
Wow. One off.
What about when it rains?
I don't wear a coat when it rains.
No.
Like I have a big puffy coat, a hood, because I don't want to get my head wet. No.
Lyle don't care.
Lyle doesn't need that. Yeah. He's like my teenager. Avery's the same way. She's like, I don't need a coat. I'm not a loser. That's like she says. She's like, I'm not taking a jacket with me.
Were you cold, Lyle? Were you cold though?
Yesterday, yeah.
You were cold. TJ looked like he was about to shrivel up into a prune. And I don't know that I blame him. It was a little chilly pregame with the wind blowing. So no one was going to hit home runs last night.
Yep.
So what do you need to do? Well, you need a broken bat single and Cole Young going 3 for 3. You need Leo Rivas leading off the 9th with a hit. You need Brendan Donovan with another hard ground ball up the middle to move Rivas to third base. And yes, with his speed, not that he's a burner, but fast enough that he's able to get to third, go first to third. And I think what I love so much about this lineup is not just all of the little ways they can win. And there are a lot of different ways. That's why we call them complete. But the bind that they can put you in, because when Rivas gets on third and Donovan's now at first and you only have one out, what are you going to do with Cal and Julio? How do you want to handle that? Because you're already tied. You give up a run, the game is over. So if you're Aaron Boone, yeah, Brock, I think you're right. I think I probably would have walked Cal if I have that. But I'm sure he's talking to his pitcher and saying, all right, what do you want to do? How do you want to attack him? Who do you feel better against? How do you, can you get Cal in a double play situation, which is something you're not going to do with Julio? Like, I understand why he went with Cal, but obviously it didn't work because Cal came out. I mean, Cal got his hands inside that pitch and pulled it down the line and kept it fair.
Yeah, I know this was from Scott Service in the previous regime, and it was always his aim and his goal. But these 4 words really do come to life as much, I think, this year as any other time. As we're kind of in this still, we're into the regular season now, but it's obviously the first 5 games, and those words are hard to play against. And this crew just puts you, as you said, in those kind of binds. They do it with their lineup, they do it with their pitching, they do it, I think, through some of their defense. Though Brendan's going to continue to work at third base. That looks a little. We're
gonna have a little conversation. It's that's on the watch list.
It's a little bit of a
right
watch.
there. It's a little bit of a watch list. Yeah.
And then you get to the bullpen, and on a day that Mooney's down, you could still bring Brash in, and you want to talk about stuff that's not fun to be in the batter's box, trying to swing at his stuff and hit his stuff. So yeah, this thing is teed up in a way that if you're an opponent coming in here on a, I don't know, what was it at first pitch? 50 degrees, but probably felt like 38. And by the end of the game, it was probably 42 and felt like 28. This is not a team that's fun to play against.
No, and certainly not when, Luis has that sinker working and the four-seamer at the top of the zone. It was great. It was really my first day, Brock, of truly getting to watch the ABS system, for a full game.
Yep.
It did get annoying in that inning. Like it did when they 4 in a row or whatever it was kind of annoying.
Yep.
But I think that's much more rare. I don't think that's going to be the norm.
You think in any way that helps self-correct the umpire?
That's what I asked Lyle this morning. That's the first thing I asked this morning. I swear to you, I asked the same thing at 6. Jeez. Did I not? At 6:05? Like, did the ump get better during the game? Like, hey, all right, if they're going to keep telling me that I don't have the best view of the bottom portion of the zone, maybe I need to clean it up mid-game and start.
Right.
I didn't see any after that, though. I can't think of a pitch after that he called that he got right because of it. But I wonder if it would help. Like, hey, man, they're going to keep embarrassing me. I better make a change to what I'm calling down there.
And there were certainly some pitches that I thought Rivas could have challenged and Julio could have challenged. And we're not seeing the Mariners, especially in the batter's box, be very aggressive, correct?
No.
Is Randy obviously challenged in a couple games ago because Randy's going to do what Randy wants to do.
Yeah.
And I think he was right on that. But, yeah, it's – I don't mind it. I'll say that. And it happens so fast. They're on this thing. If there was a delay, oh, my gosh, if the technology was not great, if every one of these challenges took more than the 5 seconds, I think you'd have a problem. But it moves.
Yeah.
And just like the pitch clock, it moves. The game moves. The tempo moves.
It is the most like tennis. It really does feel like tennis. Like, let's go quick, bang. All right, now we know. Let's move it along.
Let's roll. Yep.
But it was hilarious watching CB Buckner over the weekend with Gino Suarez get mad. I mean, like, he was so mad and he was so wrong.
Right.
Like, it's not even like it was close. There was one call last night that, what was it, a 0.1 inch off? And you're like, all right. Like, I'm sure Esterbrook wasn't embarrassed after that. He's probably a little bit like, all right, rolling his eyes. But a couple of them were 2.5 inches that he wasn't close on. And I'm sure there is an embarrassing moment.
And you wondered
if
it was like temper down the anger of Aaron Boone? No.
He's still screaming.
If anything, it almost enraged him that much
because
more.
He knew for a fact right away just how bad the call was. Yeah. And that actually was sort of entertaining also.
That was too.
That is a hidden little gem here that I didn't know we were going to get. Buster was talking about how great it was just with the drama in the park. But I think that might be my favorite little piece of dress. Like now the people who get angry know right away. Like, dude, they're so mad.
Yes. If McEnroe could have only had that technology back in the day.
I've asked about that for years. Like, what would have happened if John McEnroe had instant replay?
Right.
Would he have not gotten mad all the time? And I always thought he wouldn't. Like, it would have maybe he never would have made it because he wouldn't have had that adrenaline rush to like focus on. But now I think he would have gotten even more mad. Like, he would have challenged the call. It would have come back that he was right. And he'd have been looking at the chair umpire and screaming at him for being an idiot.
Be better.
It would have been great.
Boone was screaming last night.
You cannot be serious.
I mean, it is always funny to hear him on these tennis broadcasts now. And it's like, God, it's so great they have these challenges now.
Because he hated it. You would have loved watching John McEnroe. He was a blast. He was such a baby. And I loved him. I loved watching him because he was a threat at any moment to have a giant temper tantrum. It was hilarious. And he combined it with being the most entertaining player to watch because he was a lefty and he serve and volley and he was athletic. Like, he was super fun to watch. And then he would just lose his ever-loving mind. It was awesome. So, yeah, it was fun. It was a good watch last night, and obviously the Mariners.
And then tonight's
going to
be a great challenge too.
Yeah,
right? Maine Fried didn't give up anything. I think the Yankees have given up one run the first 3 games. Give up 1 run, 2 runs last night, and this is probably going to be a low scoring. I don't know if it's going to warm up that dramatically. Yep. So it's going to be a tough hitters environment, and Logan and Fried going.
Well, remember, I did enjoy the game last night. As I said, you can download the Seattle Sports app because you get every game, one app, completely free, no challenges. You can take the game with you on the go if you're out running errands, Little League practice, on a hike, on the boat, wherever you are. Seattle Sports app, it'll travel with you, Brock. Enjoy every pitch with Rick Riz in his final season, all in one place at absolutely no cost. It's totally free. Easiest way to enjoy Seattle Mariners baseball is with the Seattle Sports app. And yes, I should mention again, it's free, just like listening to Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
So I'm curious what you saw here, Brock, as you were looking at trade scenarios in the draft. This is one in which the Seahawks would trade up, move up in the first round. We talked about one scenario like that last week. I'm curious if it's the same one. What did you say?
I don't think it is. I looked at your show notes from the beach last week, and I don't think it is. I'm going to give you a trade up that does have, I think, some logic to it, and then I'm going to give you a trade down that has probably got a lot more reason and history behind it. Here's the trade up, and this came from Seahawk Nerd. Really enjoy Seahawk Nerd. Let's just say the Seahawks are picking 25th in next year's draft. So this is projecting to next year. This is going to be a playoff team. It's going to be a mid to late 20s pick next year. On one of these charts, this is the Rich Hill value chart. That's worth a certain number of points, 230. Pick number 32 is worth 184. Plus 230 is 414 points, which is about the same pick in this year's draft as number 8.
Okay.
I've heard from some that the single, and we may hear this from DJ on Thursday. I have heard from some that the single best player in this draft is Jeremiah Love, the running back out of Notre Dame. And with tackles and with quarterback and with other positions and edge rusher and linebacker, and you look at these mocks, and if Jeremiah Love is sitting there at number 8, and let's just say the Seahawks, I don't know if they do or not, but let's just say they believe he is the best player in this draft, do you give up next year's first to go up and get the best running back and the best player in this draft?
No.
5 years of control of that player?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope, I don't. Sorry.
So
Do
you think that? Well,
I was a little intrigued with trading up a few spots to pick up the guard from Penn State that they seem to love. But you're telling me about trading next year's first-round pick in a great draft to get a running back?
You're telling me you can get the number 1 player on your board?
I'm good. I'm all set with that.
Do you want the one that's probably going to happen?
Yeah.
Okay, because this was another scenario that came about yesterday. This was from NFL Network. Seahawks trade their first to the Steelers, so the Steelers can come up and draft conceivably Ty Simpson. Once Aaron Rodgers comes out of his retreat and says, I'm out, or maybe I'm in, or I don't know, but they get their quarterback.
Okay.
And the Seahawks get in this draft the 53rd pick to add to their second round, so 2 seconds.
Okay.
And they get the 76th pick to add to their third round, so 2/3, a 5th, and a 6th. So that's what the value chart would pump out for that first round pick. So you'd have 2 seconds, 2/3, you add a 5th, you add a 6th, and you add 4 players, most importantly, in kind of that wheelhouse between pick 53 and pick 95. That smells a lot more John Schneider.
Right. I don't know. I'm also sort of fine with just making 4 picks in this draft and having about a gazillion next year and really putting, kind of betting the house on getting it right next year. So I would be fine with them doing nothing. Just draft at 32, 64, and everywhere else. Question number 2. All right, so Torrey Orton is not going to participate much this spring. He is supposed to be ready, though, for training camp, Brock.
Yep.
What is going? It's a shin injury, which is not something I know much about.
Yeah, again, I kind of want to reach out, and I don't want to reach out. So I hate speculating on this stuff, but you do start to look at it and go, shin? A shin injury for 9 or 10 months? Right, this happened mid-season, correct? Yeah. And he had been on a great roll with 6 touchdowns and returns and explosiveness and all of that. A shin? How does a shin keep you out for 9 or so months? But then you do look into it, Salk, and you see some stuff that you don't love. You see kind of nerve issues. You see stress reactions.
Nerve issues?
Yeah, that compartment syndrome, which comes from increased pressure within the leg muscles, can damage nerves and muscles.
Doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't sound good. So, this is where my mind kind of races, like with a shin. Is this a stress fracture? Well, what if you're getting repeated stress fractures? Is that what's happening here? What exactly is going on?
Yeah, I don't like
But when it knocks you out for the whole season, and it's going to knock you out through the OTA season in a time where your development, as John Schneider said yesterday to the folks, it's going to be really fun to get Shaheed and Horton and that speed on the field together. You want to get that on the field together, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen in training camp. Then you do. Then you do start to kind of dig in a little further to stress reactions, stress fractures. They're not healing. Why are they not healing? Let's get a hold of this thing and try to get this young player back on the field.
All right, question number 3. Saw this news the other night. Seahawks added former UW offense coordinator Jimmy Doherty to their staff. Brock, how come?
Tremendous human being. And it's been fun to watch Jimmy's career. Saw him as a really young coach on Sarkisian staff at UW. And like a lot of folks on that UW staff, they ran pretty hard and pretty fast, and then just grew and just matured and settled down and married with kids now and just become a real, and just talking to him a little bit through the recruiting process here with Titus at Washington and seeing him around, and more importantly, hearing from everybody that's had touch points with him, and they all say the same thing. What a great human being and a really good coach. He's a coordinator for Jed Fish. He knows, this West Coast system, and I think he wanted to get to the NFL. That was his heart's desire. And for the Seahawks to just say, yeah, let's add a really quality human being that's going to fit our culture and be totally selfless and egoless. And then B, for Jimmy to look at it and go, that's exactly where I want to go. I'm here anyway. My family's here. I love the Pacific Northwest. Let's go. So kind of like the Colt Emerson deal. Win-win for both sides. Great human being, excellent football coach. As Mike McDonald said, can't have enough of those guys in the building. In this organization, like the organization across the street in Mariners, they invest. They put money back into their people, and they care about that. And I thought a pretty good move for both sides.
All right, that's today's Blue 88. Let's see if we have a little more time on this later. But we talked about Sean McVay being super whiny yesterday, right? I mean, it was worse than I really. Sean McCrybaby. Yeah, Sean McCrybaby. Yeah, so super crybaby whiner Sean McVay. And so he's still upset about that 2-point conversion thing. And then he tried to explain. Listen to this. So this is to Kalen Collar. And it's like, this is why they ended up dropping their rule change. It's pretty hilarious.
Is that an example of something that's like emotion driven in the moment, and then you realize as you're trying to explain it, like, actually this doesn't make a lot of sense?
Probably an accurate way to assess it. Well, here's what I would say. It was really hard the way that we had to write it just because of the semantics of the rules. So then when I was explaining it, I did feel that exact way. I'm like, man, this is, if I'm having to feel like I'm putting a Rubik's Cube together, this is probably too complex. But yes, actually, that's probably an accurate way to assess it. It was emotional, but I can say this though. I'm never going to make excuses. All right. I would imagine that most people would agree though that specific play, if you're just watching it as a casual fan and you're saying, all right, they're trying to throw a perimeter screen. Is that something that really should be rewarded? I think even you talk to Mike McDonald, no. Now, it was accurately officiated based on the way that it unfolded.
My God, man.
Just stop.
Gosh.
Every year in the NFL, it's a new team. As far as goals go, we have one. Putting a ring on our finger. Not a Super Bowl.
Oh, don't let him start with the Bruce Arians.
You go to win the
You're going to make
last
excuses.
Year, this football team was sitting at 9-1, playing for the West Championship. Didn't get it done. No excuses. Didn't get it done. Yeah, I was a little disappointed because we were ready to come out of the locker room.
Okay, it's not about Bruce Arians.
And take the...
Don't tell me to shh.
Bruce is making excuses.
How dare you?
Shh. We got to hear Bruce's excuses.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
He was just getting to the good part. He was just getting to the good part.
Don't you shush our moron.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed because we were ready to come out of the locker room and take the field when we were told there's a 5-minute delay. That didn't sit very well with me.
I bet it didn't. Yeah. No. So both guys don't make excuses. How about the fact that McVay went so far as to say, yeah, it's just an emotional reaction. I was just mad. Like, dude, what is going on down there? So I did do some thinking about this. Oh, we don't have time. I'll tell you what. Yeah. We'll do it next. I'll tell you what.
Can we
I
play
do
a
have
couple
one
of the
theory.
other cuts too? I do want to hear from McDonald.
I have a little theory on what's going on with Sean McVay. And I think Seahawks fans will like it. And then Jeff Passan will join us at 8:30, and we can talk through the Colt Emerson deal and the start to the season. Stick around. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Xfinity Tech Support, Matthew speaking.
Hi, I live in a pretty remote place, like Jurassic Park remote. No!
Wow.
Will Xfinity Mobile work out here?
Yep, the combination of reliable Wi-Fi and 5G makes it so that you can stay connected in all kinds of places. Plus, you get access to ultra-fast speeds and coverage, whether you're poolside or out live streaming with a T-Rex.
Hold still, you're about to go viral.
Welcome to a new era of Wi-Fi boosted mobile. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Watch Jurassic Park with Xfinity. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings comparison based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience More, Verizon Unlimited Plus, and AT&T Starter as of February 10th, 2026. Taxes, fees, extra.
Whatever's on your schedule this season, Toyota of Kirkland has your ride. With Tacomas, Tundras, and 4Runners. From Toyota of Kirkland, built for power, capability, and room for all your gear. These models are the perfect teammate for the Northwest adventure. Any of them. Take a test drive today and drive home with your new Toyota that same day. Get your season rolling at Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Harry Douglas here. Let me ask you something.
What if you can enjoy the taste of a cocktail, the warmth of a spirit, and still stay fully in control? That's RK Zero Proof, a pioneer in the alcohol-free spirits category. RK delivers bold flavor and a real warming sensation with zero alcohol, zero sugar, zero carbs, and 0 calories. Perfect for nights out, social gatherings, or anytime you want the experience of a drink without sacrificing tomorrow. Check it out at rkbeverages.com. That's ARKAY beverages.com. RK, all the flavor, none of the alcohol.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss out on marquee matchups at T-Mobile Park. Catch Cal and the crew as the Mariners and Yankees series continues tonight at 6:40 and tomorrow with a midweek matinee at 1:10. Then the Mariners are back for an AL West showdown against the Astros, April 10th through 13th. Get your tickets at mariners.com. That's mariners.com.
Do you have a car, truck, or SUV you're willing to sell? How about an RV or commercial vehicle? Wayscar Ford in Auburn will buy it from you. And when they resell your old vehicle, they'll split the profit with you 50-50. That's right. You'll get paid twice. I'm here with Mark Clymer of Wayscar Ford. Mark, I'm not surprised your vehicle profit sharing program's doing well. It's a fantastic offer.
It sure is, Stacy. We've been buying a lot of cars off this thanks to your advertising. And I got to tell you, customers are loving it. They're getting top dollar for their vehicle up front. They're getting paid right now. And the best part is when we resell that vehicle, they're getting 50% of the profit. A lot of people have vehicles right now that are sitting around and they're worth a lot of money and they're saying, you know, what the heck? I want to sell it. I don't want to deal with it myself, but I don't want to give it away either. This is the perfect opportunity for them to get the most they can for the car without having to go through the hassle of selling it themselves.
Exclusively at Wayscar Ford, celebrating 104 years in Auburn. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Lewis County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! So why are the Rams so whiny now, Brock? I've got a theory. And it's not just they're complaining about the 2-point conversion play that, you know, ruined their season.
They're so whiny that Les Snead and Sean McVay couldn't even join in the GM and head coaching pictures.
Oh, really? Neither of them were there?
And I know Kyle Brown and I spent an exorbitant amount of time studying and digging into, as did Lyle's guy, Big Cat, and as did our buddy Chris Long. So many people studying that coaching picture, which was fascinating, just fascinating. But no McVay, no Snead. I think they were still in the competition committee trying to figure out how can we rewrite, this rule so it's not a Rubik's Cube.
And then I saw this other quote from McVay. This is Pro Football Talk, where he's talking about some what he's dwelling on. He says, I try not to dwell on that stuff that really doesn't move me forward. Now, what I do dwell on is that NFC Championship game. One thing you don't do in a 2-minute situation is don't put the defense back out on the field. And he goes through some of the mistakes he made at the end of the first half and says, what I would do is handle it differently. Handle some things differently game management-wise. Anyway, so why is Sean McVay, who I've never one time thought of as a whiner before, become whiny?
Yeah.
I don't know. But here's my theory. That maybe Mike McDonald really is in his head.
And
I
thought you were going to say kids. I thought for sure you were going to say kids
too. Yeah.
He's got young kids.
No, I'm trying to think about this realistically and not just being like, our coach has your coach. And it's like, not that. But like, McVay's been the top dog in this division for a long time. He's been considered to be the brightest head coach in the game for what is now kind of a long time. He's had Shanahan in his division, but that's his buddy, and they're kind of from the same tree, and they're from the same ilk, and I think he just believes he's smarter than Shanahan anyway. So I don't think that's ever really been much of a threat to him. Nothing in Arizona would ever be a threat, so he's certainly not worried about any of that. He gets compared to the great geniuses in NFL history, to Andy Reid and Bill Belichick and Bill Walsh and these real innovators who helped move things forward. And he was the boy wonder and all of it. A lot of his personality and a lot of, I'm sure, his confidence is based on that. Well, when everybody keeps saying Mike McDonald is the defensive Sean McVay, and then he beats him twice, including in the playoffs, he's never felt this before. Mike is younger and was hired at right around the same age as McVay was, so he's got that same boy wonder, boy genius quality to him. And now he's an actual, like, true, you like to use the phrase disruptor. Maybe that's part of it.
I just wrote that down.
I know. I've been a little negative on disruption recently, so I don't know whether disruptor is the word I want to use, but certainly his match, his equal, if not his better, in terms of just raw brain power. A guy that can out-scheme him, that can out-coach him, and doesn't make too many mistakes on the field in terms of the in-game management stuff. So could that be the reason he's whiny? Yeah, it could be. He's never felt this before.
Well, and it's different when it's a defensive guy. To your point, it's one thing like, hey, man, if I'm in my business and I'm in my offensive silo, I feel pretty good. No matter what, Liam Cohen, and he's being innovative, and Kyle Shanahan, and he's innovative, and LaFleur, and all of us that you mentioned all grew up in D.C. together and cutting our teeth and all of this together. Like, that's all fine. I know that world. It's why McVay and Shanahan certainly did not want to see Mike McDonald hired. Right, when they got in John's ear and the folks' ear in Seattle at these owners' meetings and different times, like, yeah, man, oh gosh, yeah, this young whippersnapper, oh, this guy in Minnesota, oh, this young guy in Jacksonville, oh yeah, this guy's brilliant. Nah, we're not going to go down that road. No, we need to find the brilliant in the other silo that will disrupt, that will bother, that will irritate you, and that will have answers on that side of the ball. And then game manage, and then be young, and then be innovative, and then, all the other stuff. And I'm going to guess
he's uniquely frustrating to someone like McVay because he doesn't really know what to do. He's just not really sure what to do with him. Mike is a maverick in his own way. He is difficult to predict. Here he was yesterday talking to, was this with Kay Adams, where she was talking to him about how he just recently watched the Super Bowl for the first time.
Because I'm weird, and I love the idea of how we played from first person watching the game, but when I watch it from the coach's perspective, I inevitably put my coach's hat on. I critique it probably too hard, so I'm actually thinking of the plays that maybe we could have played better, and what we want to get better at.
I'd
and you
like
have to
to
remind
hear
yourself
them.
That was it. Yeah.
What are the plays what's going through your head right now?
Well, we could have taken the back to the flat a couple times, and then the 2 touchdown passes were kind of a bummer.
Oh, Coach, you're kind of a sick pup, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit, unfortunately.
What made you finally turn it on 5 days ago?
Honestly, I was tired of watching college players, and I was like, maybe I'll just watch maybe it's time to watch the Super Bowl.
That was so good. That was so off the cuff right there, because you know what else he is? So unbelievably reasoned and thoughtful. And just life experience, okay? A huge generalization, which you've always got to be very, very careful of, but just life experience. Most of the D coordinators that I knew in my life, Salk, pretty impulsive guys. You heard Randy Hart, right? You heard that guy at the Hall of Fame years ago. I mean, that dude is just impulsive. Like, let's go. Let's be aggressive. Let's get after it. Now Belichick is kind of much more measured, right? And obviously went to 10 Super Bowls, but a lot of them are see ball, hit ball, right? It is aggressive. It is reaction. And here you've got, man, this guy is so thoughtful. And even his answer yesterday about, repeat, and it's like, no, we're not in that mode. That's not the way we're going to go about it.
We don't talk about it that way.
No, that's not the way we process, not the way we're oriented.
And we talk about McVay and his whininess and his reaction to it. It's not just him. You said Les Snead wasn't there, right, for the pictures and all. Is it because he's busy saying nice things about Puka Nacua? Because that seems like a mistake.
Well, definitely, I know this.
Yeah.
Puka's a young man becoming.
Yeah.
So, it's our job to help him develop, not only on the field, the off. That's going to be on us, and he's getting there. And, what he's done on the field speaks for itself. He's definitely somebody that we want to be a part of, right? This our ecosystem, our team for a long time.
Yeah, but then off the field, he's a mess. Total mess. And is that what you want in your ecosystem? And what can that do, especially when you reset the market and you pay him all that money? Yeah, I don't think you want to go down that road.
No, I don't think you do at all.
And I'll give you one last little mess.
Especially when you comp that to what the Seahawks just did with JSN, who's the polar opposite of that. So the Seahawks sign this guy, and then they're like, oh, we just want Puka Nacua to be a part of our ecosystem. Yeah. Okay.
Can I give you one more mess?
That's how you go extinct.
Like releasing an invasive species into your ecosystem.
John Harbaugh.
What about him?
Sitting next to McDonald. McDonald looking good.
Yeah.
No collar necessary. Just looking good, feeling good. Front and center, Super Bowl champ. Next to his buddy, John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh is wearing black dress loafers with white athletic ankle socks.
That doesn't work.
I don't understand.
That's a no.
I mean, that can't happen.
Yeah.
On top of that, he's wearing a gray Giants zip-up and khakis. Like, just go sneakers. But black loafers and white athletic socks?
It was disturbing.
It's bad. The Harbaughs don't care.
It's like McCarthy's shirt also. Like,
I feel like the Harbaughs do that stuff on purpose. Like they're actively trying to
Jim
look
had
bad.
a big Band-Aid on his forearm, which bothered me too.
I bet
Jim did. I didn't know that John did.
I feel like just as a family, they go out of their way just to be like, yeah, I don't care about that. And Lyle's sort of the same way. Yeah. Lyle would do this.
Sure.
Lyle doesn't even own a coat, he told us earlier today. No reason he wouldn't go white socks with black loafers. Would you do that?
You think I own loafers?
You know what? As I was saying it, in the back of my mind, I was thinking there's no way Lyle owns loafers.
Do you have a suit, Lyle?
Probably not one that fits me anymore. I don't know the last time I've had to wear a suit.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one, to be honest. I haven't really needed one since basically COVID started.
The wedding.
Other than the wedding. Other than Haley's wedding.
Good.
All right, let's give you guys everything you need to know, including some more details on Colt Emerson's big new deal, and then we'll talk about that and the Mariners with Jeff Passan. It's going to be a fun hour for sure. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Well, on this Tuesday morning, I got 3 questions for you, and answer them honestly. Number 1, do you 100% know you got the right insurance coverage to protect your family, your needs? Number 2, are you paying the lowest possible price each and every month? And number 3, should you need that insurance, can you actually talk to a real breathing human being who can help you immediately? Well, when Molly and I took the First Mark Insurance Challenge, tried to answer those questions, it was pretty eye-opening. We were undercovered and we were overpaying, and they have saved us. First Mark has thousands each and every year. So take the First Mark Challenge like we did to become the next First Mark victory. They go to work for you, not the insurance carriers, to get you the best coverage at the lowest price, and you get to talk to real people and real customer support. They've helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands. They'll do the same for your local business too. Be the next First Mark victory. Simply take the challenge right now. It's totally free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They win for you.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the...
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. How this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for Earned Income Tax Credit, Child Tax Credit, Student Loan Interest, and Schedule 1A.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Mariners, Yankees, tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Participation may vary.
Dave Wyman here with Dr. Robert Meyer from Swedish Hospital. Dr. Meyer, tell us about the amazing results prostate cancer patients are getting with Swedish CyberKnife.
Well, at the Swedish CyberKnife, our patients are really satisfied with the experience. The treatment is very effective at eradicating the cancer, has minimal side effects, and we are seeing excellent cancer control 10 years later.
Find out more at swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision, and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, big breaking news early this morning. Robert Murray reporting first that the Mariners have agreed to a long-term extension with Colt Emerson. Guy's never played a big league game. He's in AAA to start this year, but he's going to be a Mariner for a long time to come. It is an 8-year extension, with the Mariners holding a 9th year as a club option, no trade clause throughout. And it's worth about $95 million for those 8 years, but it could go up over $130 million. Regardless, a great deal, I think, for the Mariners. Again, if he is the player that they expect him to be, this is an absolute steal. And for Colt Emerson's sake, he gets paid, and the guy's going to be, have generational wealth that he probably never dreamed of before he's even stepped on a Major League Baseball field.
As I've talked to you guys a lot through the years, draft, develop, trade, and what's all? What did you
that
add
would
to
be
that?
retain.
Oh, that would be retain.
You got to retain.
And that's exactly what they continue to do in their model. And this kid is something. I mean, we've been around him for a couple years now. We saw him in spring training. We saw the growth from his first spring training to his second spring training. He's right on the cusp of this major league roster. I think if there was a significant injury to JP Crawford, he may even be on this roster right now. But JP, by all accounts, will come back. I think Mr. Bliss will go down, and he will be on the burner, getting ready to go.
Well, we got a lot of info about him when we were down in spring training. Asked Julio what he's seen.
I mean, I really love Cole, honestly. I got to watch him a little bit. Obviously, I don't follow every footstep that he does, but I got to watch him play last year in spring training a little bit. What stuck with me, this one at bat that we had in Colorado, or against Colorado at their place. It's just the relentless kind of mentality that he brought, and having an pull homer for foul ball, and then pull homer for foul ball, and then working out a walk. I think that was really impressive for a young kid like that. And what I've seen, every time he swings and square up the ball, it's always a hard hit. You can see the ball jumping off the bat, and he's aggressive. He goes out there to play baseball, and I feel like that's something that I'm always a big fan of people that play like that.
All right, well, he's going to be here for a long time to come. We can ask Jeff Passan more about this in about 10 minutes.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
You have something else you wanted there, bro?
Well, I was just going to say, I'm not great with breaking news sometimes, so these thoughts just continue to build and add the more that we talk about it. But I think you look at Cal and you look at Julio, and just playing that Julio clip, and why you do this, because those three guys, I'm going to put them in that bucket now, all have tremendous traits, unique Pete Carroll traits, right? The size, the speed, they're just uniquely athletically gifted for their position, and then they got the makeup. And you add those two things together, I think it made it a pretty easy deal on the Mariners' end to get done. And for Colt, as you've said numerous times, gives you tremendous long-term security.
Great to see Cal Raleigh with the walk-off hit last night as the Mariners, who had been up 1-0, they gave it back. Ferrer a little iffy, but then Brash was great. And in the bottom of the ninth, it was Cal Raleigh walking him off. Since we've talked a lot about Cal, let me go to the other big part of the story yesterday, and that was Luis Castillo. 6 dominant innings.
Into the motion, the 1-2 to Judge. Half cut, did he go? Yes, he did. Strike 3. Judge goes down for Luis Castillo. Strikeout 1,500. And he does it against Aaron Judge. Congratulations to Luis Castillo. 1,500 strikeouts.
Yeah, that's pretty good. And he was great last night, as good as you'll see him, just using those 2 fastballs, keeping the Yankees off balance. He generated, I think it was 18 swings and misses. And I want to say 15 of them came on the fastball, if I heard Gary right last night.
Fastball was up, spin rate was up, all the next level numbers were up for the first start of the year.
There's so many things to talk about, so many positives. The Rock, really, that's where you got to start and end with it. He was tremendous tonight. 1,500 strikeouts is outstanding. Congratulations to him on that milestone. But just, being able to hold this lineup scoreless for 6 innings, I thought he made just a ton of great pitches.
By the way, a little snippet of culture. I like snippets of culture. The A.J. Barner at the Super Bowl saying, we're not taking the pads off. And I knew right then and there, New England's in some trouble. Did you see last night after that inning, did you see Wu and Logan and all those guys watching that strikeout with Luis? And then Angie doing her tremendous work as she's in that dugout and added some context to the pitch and why they were chuckling so much. But that's a picture of culture right there.
Yeah, those guys really like each other.
They really care about each other.
Yeah, and I think Luis is a big part of that. He is, He's a character, man. I really like Luis Castillo. I think I've maybe mentioned that before.
You love him.
I do.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Hey, shout out to our buddy Brock. Got promoted. How psyched are we about Coach K? KJ Wright.
Let's go.
KJ Wright is now the linebackers coach in San Francisco. He gets promoted.
No, my name is Coach K. It ain't Coach KJ. It ain't Coach Wright. Call me Coach K. That's what I'm rocking with.
Oh, come on, KJ. That one's taken. But congrats to him. He's obviously doing a great job, and he gets promoted after just a couple of years down there. The one sort of newsy piece to come out of the owners' meetings yesterday for the Seahawks, Torrey Horton's going to be limited in the spring, but good to go in training camp. And they'll be on Hard Knocks. Yeah, I guess they changed the rules, so you don't have the ability to just play your way off of that show. Now anybody can do it, and Seahawks are going to do it this summer.
I think Mike McDonald will tolerate that better than Pete would have.
Yes. Well,
Pete was a hard pass. That was a no.
Which is always a little weird to me because Pete loves stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, I think Mike will be a small character. I think there'll be other characters that emerge a little bit more than Mike does.
I don't know. I think his Q rating grew an awful lot through the Super Bowl. We talked about that. I think when he opens his mouth, it's incredibly thoughtful, which will be nice for that show.
Yeah.
Because that's not always been the case with head coaches. And the other little piece of news, Clark Hunt, the owner of the Chiefs, saying, yeah, we're not going to be in the opener. Patrick's probably not going to be ready, so that leaves Cowboys, the Bears, Chargers, and the Patriots. What do you think about a rematch
That's
on Wednesday
weird.
night?
That's weird. I think it's the Bears. I think that's where it's going. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour. We also mentioned, Brock, thank you for reminding me, that the two stud pitchers, Kate Anderson and Ryan Sloan, are starting in Double-A, so they're just a call away. That's cool.
Backs up what Shannon said to us the other day, that her gut is one of those two. We'll have a great shot at some point this summer of being a
Las
big
Montez
leaguer.
is there again. Where's Johnny Farmello, Lyle? Is he going to be a single A to start? Is he at Everett?
Yeah. I mean, I guess
He's
the Everett roster hasn't officially come out yet because he's not on the Double-A roster. So
so he's probably going to be in
Arroyo
Everett.
there.
So that's
Arroyo
cool.
Double-A, not Triple-A. Was a little surprising.
Yeah, I might have thought that there, but maybe he needs to get some different, some time in the field in some different places. I don't know. Yeah, that was a little bit surprising to me as well. Texter earlier says, doesn't draft, develop, trade, and retain encompass everything a front office can do with a player? No. Sign from the outside is the one big thing that is missing from there. You know, it's the one thing that this text line and these phone lines have lit up over and over and over again about lamenting the Mariners' lack of signing free agents from the outside. Well, when you draft, develop, trade, and retain, you're spending your money in a different way. And yeah, I think that's what it essentially encompasses, is everything other than this one other way to build a team. All right, Jeff Passan next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Highlights don't win games. The full box score does. I'm Brock Heward, and most business leaders aren't short on data. They're short on clarity. Numbers are scattered across ERP, CRMs, and spreadsheets, making decisions reactive instead of confident. And that's not how great businesses are built. Marquee IQ brings all your data together into one clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
The March sales event is on at Toyota of Renton. Finance the 2026 Corolla LE or the Corolla Cross L at 4.99% APR for 72 months, or lease the 2026 Camry LE at $279 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing. Find them at toyotaofrenton.com. Offers valid through March 31st, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, licenses, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable documentation fee. Model 1852, 6302, 2552.
Hi,
Hi, Sarah here with Safeway. We're proud to partner with Champions of Change co-founder Doug Baldwin to help nourish Washington students through the Nourishing Champions program.
Thanks, Sarah. And here's the reality. Every day, students across our state are staying after school for extracurriculars on empty stomachs, and some of them don't know where their next meal will come from. Food insecurity is reaching crisis levels, and the impact on our youth will extend far beyond this moment. The good news is that there's an answer in the federally funded after-school meals programs. But right now, Washington schools' participation is very low, reaching only 2% of the students who qualify.
That's where Nourishing Champions comes in. We're offering grants that not only fund food, but also resource and training support for the schools to offer an after-school meal program for years to come.
Our goal is to reach 10,000 more students in the first year of these grants and then grow from there. School staff can learn more and apply today at championsofchangefoundation.org and navigating to the Nourishing Champions tab. That's championsofchangefoundation.org and click on the Nourishing Champions tab.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Pierce County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Mariners, Yankees. Tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Spring is a season homeowners start improving their homes. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. If your home needs roofing, siding, new windows, gutters, or decking, our team can take care of it all. For a limited time, save up to $3,000 on a new roof, siding, deck, or windows project. Planning multiple upgrades? Combine your projects and save even more. Or with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. You can start your project now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com.
There's nothing better than having a big fish on your line. Make this the year you take that unforgettable fishing trip to Queen Charlotte Lodge. Time is running out for summer bookings. Experience a luxury resort and amazing fishing with your buddies, family, father, or son. King salmon runs, halibut, and lingcod are always plentiful. Book your stay at fishqcl.com and use code ESPN. Experience fishing first class. Experience fishqcl.com.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, if this is the start of what will be the greatest run in the history of this franchise, it sure seems like Colt Emerson will have a lot to do with it, Brock. He signs a brand new 8-year extension, reported this morning by Robert Murray, and about $95 million guaranteed. It could go up by another year. It could go up over $130 million. Jeff Passan, what do we think of our breaking news this morning?
Good for the Seattle Mariners. And, you know, what they did is what the Detroit Tigers were trying to do with Kevin McGonigal and were not successful. What the Pittsburgh Pirates were trying to do with Connor Griffin and were not successful, which is all of this sort of standard contract that Jackson Chourio started a couple years ago when he signed for 8 years and $82 million with the Milwaukee Brewers before he had played a single game there. And the idea is very simple, guys. Free agent years are incredibly valuable, especially when those free agent years are in the prime of a player's career. And if you can get those locked up, if you can get those at a discount to what the price is going to be for top-end players, and you believe that this guy, in this case Colt Emerson, is going to be a frontline player, then you're willing to guarantee him the sort of money up front that teams in the past just simply weren't willing to. And I think that's exactly what the Mariners did here, and I think it's a really good day for the Seattle Mariners franchise.
Does this make any statement to the finances and the big picture of baseball?
That is a totally fair question, Brock, and I'm sorry that I'm like copping out on this answer, but I don't know yet. I don't know if, you know, there are some people who I heard from this morning who said, Mariners getting ready for the cap. And there are others who said this has nothing to do with the potential salary cap, because regardless of what form baseball's economics take shape in, this is going to be either a really, really good deal because Colt Emerson's a star and you have him locked up for essentially 9 years, or a deal along the lines of like a Scott Kingery, which, if you recall, the Phillies signed him before his debut for 6 years and $24 million. I know the money's a lot less, but it didn't work out particularly well. And a number of these deals haven't worked out well, but for the most part, when it's this type of contract that buys out multiple free agent years at the end before a guy's debut, they've tended to be pretty successful. And whether it's Jackson Chourio or Sam Basayo, there's still a lot of hope. The Brewers think the Chourio deal is a huge win, and Basayo has a chance to be really, really good. And the Orioles bet on that in the same way that the Mariners are betting on Colt Emerson.
It's funny to keep talking about buying out free agent years when we don't know whether we'll still be in a system then where you get 6 years of club control. Like, we just don't know. Like, I agree. Lyle and I were kind of going through the same thing. Like, all right, well, this is great. You get 2 or 3 free agent years. Those years could be worth $40-50 million on the open market, maybe more by then.
Yep.
And yet, I don't know whether they're going to have a
what-
6-year plan then. Who knows?
Well, that's the thing. If there's a salary cap in place, then and again, I don't think there's going to be a salary cap in place, but let's try and work through what it would take for players to theoretically accept something like that. The first thing that they would say is, okay, we're going to be free agents after 5 years.
Yeah.
So potentially the Mariners could be getting an extra year of free agency on top of what they're getting right now already.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I disagree. I think there is going to end up with some sort of a salary cap when it's all said and done. But
this time around, Mike, or in the future?
I think it's going to be this time, but we'll see. I mean, I'm not like betting money on that. My gut tells me that that's what the owners are going to, die for at this point. But regardless, love it for the Mariners. Why?
Hold on. Can we talk about that for a second? Yeah, we're going to, because I'm the guest and I want to, and you're going to allow me to do that.
All right.
Because this is a really important point that's worth making, and it's going to be the conversation for the entirety of the season, whether we like it or not. Major League Baseball, guys, Major League Baseball always wanted one thing, and that was for fans to be engaged and for new fans to be coming into the sport. And among the World Series last year, the World Baseball Classic this year, and this season, and everything that it's potentially bringing, all the new fans are here.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone likes the pitch clock. Most people, you included, Mike, shockingly, like ABS. Like, right now, baseball is riding a wave, and once the San Diego Padres sell for $3.5+ billion, any argument about baseball's franchise values lagging behind others is going to be inert. And so I just have a really, really hard time seeing the owners dying for something that they don't need for their businesses to thrive.
Why did this get done now with Colt?
I think because he wanted to do it. With situations like this, Brock, you always have to look at the player as being the driving force behind it, because every club will do a deal like this. Like, every club will line up to get free agent years on the young player, years in their 20s that they need to pay a little extra for early on. And the way that this contract is structured, it's a little bit front-loaded. So the Mariners, they clearly have cash over the next few years to spend, and believe that having Colt Emerson at an even more discounted rate as time goes on is going to give them the kind of flexibility that they need to continue this. But when you have Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh and Colt Emerson, 3 of your 4 up-the-middle players locked up for the better part of half a decade, you're in a really good spot. And when Colt Emerson showed a willingness to do this deal came together pretty quickly. Like, there was not a whole lot of teeth pulling in this process. There was not, there's back and forth in any deal-making scenario, of course. But this one, it was much more pleasant than most.
So let me ask you the question that we've gotten most commonly this morning on our text line, and it's from nervous Mariner fans. Why is this different than Jared Kelenic, who they tried to sign to a similar deal, to Evan White, who they signed to a deal, or even to Dustin Ackley going way back, who they probably would have liked to have signed to a deal like this if such a thing existed then? Why is Colt Emerson a better bet?
I think Colt Emerson's a better bet because if you look at what his skills are, there's a lot less variance in those than a guy like Jared Kelenic, for example. Like, let's look at Colt Emerson's numbers in the minor leagues. And I understand minor league numbers do not always translate to the big leagues, but I'm looking especially this past season, when at 19 years old, he went from high A essentially up to triple A. And he had shown these types of skills beforehand, but man, bat to ball really matters, and swing decisions really matter. And I think they're the reason that the Milwaukee Brewers signed a guy like Cooper Pratt for 8 years and $50 million yesterday, somebody who's a top 100 prospect, but certainly not in the echelon that Colt Emerson is. But I think the Brewers looked at the approach that he takes at the plate and liked it. And if you look at what Colt Emerson did, over those 3 levels last year, the numbers to me that stand out the most, it's not the batting average, it's not even the on-base percentage, which is really good. It's not the slug. It's not the defensive positions he plays. It's not the home runs, the RBIs, the stolen bases, any of that. The walks and the strikeouts. And in 600 plate appearances, he struck out 105 times, which would make him in the top 20th percentile if he can carry that over in the big leagues right now. And he walked 71 times, which would probably be the top 10 percentile. So if you have a guy who plays a premium position, which, yes, Jared Kelenic ostensibly did when he was coming up playing center field, but he was probably slated more for the corners anyway. Dustin Ackley, second baseman, I know it's up the middle. It's a different story. and Evan White, first baseman, and much cheaper deal. So that's completely different. But if you can lock in a franchise shortstop who makes good swing decisions, has good bat-to-ball skills, has some power, you do that 8 days a week. And I understand the price was hefty, but there's so much money to be made in terms of marginal value on this contract that the Mariners front office, they're smart people, and they get the math. And the math in this case was good enough for them to lay out essentially $100 million for a guy who's never had a single day of big league service.
Jeffrey, it was some years ago that Salk and I, maybe a decade ago, where we were at our little picnic table outside the Mariners clubhouse at spring training, and the guys like Cliff Lee, and you just got a sense like, I don't want to be here. Like, I'm not going to resign here. I'm not going to be. And now you flip it around, and this year with the Brendan Donovan and the number of times we heard from him how much he loves it, the Cal Raleigh, the Hooley, like, holy cow, Josh Naylor resigning. Now you do this deal. What message does that send to other clubs? And most importantly, what message does that send to the fans here in Seattle?
Well, how about this one, Brock? What message does that send to players? That this was a place where, because of the travel and because of the lack of proximity to other cities, that Seattle was not necessarily seen as a destination. And now it is. That this is an organization that has a lot of momentum going in it. And this is an organization that, when you look beyond what it's got right now with Wu and Kirby and Gilbert and Bryce Miller, we'll throw Emerson Hancock in there. I mean, how about him on Sunday night? Just absolutely tremendous. And oh, by the way, Kate Anderson and especially Ryan Sloan, who I've been talking about on this program for well over a year now, being like the next guy. Yeah, he's the next guy. So if you want to win, Seattle's a place you can do it. And when you have a guy like Cal Raleigh essentially running the clubhouse, a guy who teammates absolutely adore and who just gets it, that right there is a pretty darn good foundation to start with. And then you add in Julio and now Colt Emerson. That, with all the pitching, it's a destination at this point. And kind of wild to think about where the Mariners were, less than a decade ago, but how quickly things change when you run things well.
What are you thinking today if you're JP Crawford?
I'm thinking my time in Seattle has been really nice.
Yeah. Do you think that that's something that ends at
Look
the
at
end
that
of
answer,
this year?
Salk. That was 4 seconds.
That was great.
You told me he gave a 4.5-minute answer last week.
He did.
And you gave him grief over that. Look at
little.
that 4 seconds. Look at that adjustment now that the regular season begins. I'm passing.
That's what we get from Jeff.
Hey, you know what? I contain multitudes, boys.
Appreciate you. All right. So you mentioned ABS. I do like it. You're right. I do mostly like it. I would love to propose a change. Like, I would love for there to be a gray area around the very edge of the strike zone where we just say, yeah, the call stands. It wasn't blatant enough to overturn it. I don't need to see, this little 0.01 inch that overturns a call, but whatever. I overall.
Oh, so wait. Now you're going to have the 0.01 inch butting up against the gray area instead. When you have a border of any variety, there's always going to be that.
I know, but I'm okay with a gray area in there. Like, I'm fine with it. I don't need it to be exact, but okay, fine. That's where it is. I get it. Here's the question Brock and I both had this morning as we were watching Mike Esterbrook struggle yesterday, trying to call Luis Castillo sinkers at the bottom of the zone. He got like 4 of them wrong
was so
in an
patient
inning.
with him. Booney was so patient with him.
Are umpires reacting in real time to get a better understanding of the zone and if there's something they're getting wrong that night?
I think we're about to find out. And I don't know if the human brain has the capacity to react and change that quickly. I imagine with some umpires, we're going to see that. And it's going to be super interesting. This is the sort of thing that my T-brain can't do either. But there are analysts who are going to be able to look through the data and see if there are real-time changes. I hope the answer is yes. I'd like to think there's enough malleability to make that happen, but at the same time, guys, we are talking about minuscule fractions of inches here on objects moving through time and space at great velocities with the sort of movement that we can't process unless we look at things through like a physics-based perspective. To me, what ABS is showing, I understand others look at it like, oh my God, these umpires are missing things all the time. To me, this is like the greatest sign that umpires are awesome at what they do. Because if it's really coming down to a matter of fractions of an inch, it's pretty impressive that they're able to do that.
Most of the umpires. Now, CB Buckner.
Yeah.
I mean, is that not the most hilarious video? I mean, just...
It was.
And it's not because he's wrong. It's because he's just so freaking arrogant about it.
I enjoyed all of it.
It's great theater. It's great.
Is he going to quit? Is he going to retire along with some of these other guys who are just going to... Like, if it's going to keep embarrassing them publicly, will this finally mean the end of CB?
I do not know the answer to that, but I'll say this. When have you ever known stubborn people to let incompetence get in the way of their stubbornness?
Who are you referring to there, Kevin?
Like
How dare you?
Yeah, I would never just slide one by the goalie like that.
Speaking of data.
Please,
go ahead.
Data.
Speaking of data, I am kind of curious. And we're, 5 games in? We're like 20 at-bats in, so we are way, way, way on the small sample size. But at what sample size does the data get large enough to start to draw some conclusions or some opinions on the effect or the non-effect of the WBC on players?
I don't think there is a sample large enough, Brock, to draw a widespread conclusion. I just think that every player is going to react differently to it. And it's a fair question because, you see Kyle Raleigh with a 500 OPS. You see Josh Naylor hitless through 5 games. You see Julio with 1 hit. And on the other hand, Dom Canzone has looked really good out there, and Randy Arozarena has looked pretty good out there. So I just think it's an individual thing, man. I wish I had a clearer and better answer for you, but I just think ultimately it's player dependent.
Okay, take the WBC out. When does it become from just a watch and a small sample size to a little bit of a concern meter? Is it 50 at-bats? Is it 100 at-bats? In WBC aside, just looking at, the heart of the lineup right now that's as cold as the weather is here in Seattle, is there any kind of sample size that you start to evaluate?
I start looking on May 1st. And I start being concerned on June 1st. So I give it a lot of time. And even June 1st, in terms of both individual evaluation and team evaluation, is inexact. On June 1st last year, the Mets were the best team in baseball. A couple weeks later, they were 45-24 and had the best record in MLB, and they didn't even make the playoffs. So I just did... when we ask about like the value of the regular season or what makes the regular season interesting, it's that you can be halfway through and still not have a clear idea of how good a team is. In the NBA, when you look at the midway point of the regular season and you look at the standings at the end of the season, they are pretty darn similar. Football's a little different. Football is quite a schedule-dependent sport. But with hockey, with the NBA, you tend to get a decent idea of what a team is midway through the season. I think for the most part that's true with baseball, but still, like drawing extreme conclusions, it's going to be a long time before I do that. But let's put it this way. If there are struggles from an individual player on May 1st, I'm going to keep an eye on him and see how he's doing through the next month and maybe try and figure out why. Like, what is it that's causing these?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the intriguing one here is obviously Julio. Because, it's just been the narrative. I'm listening to my buddy Benetti and Cruz Sunday night, like even the national, like, hey, got to, start fast. He's a guy that heats up when the weather warms up, and it's been a trend for 4 years. And I know he and Seitz and Edgar and everybody would like to kind of put that to bed and start a season fast. So I do think maybe for a Julio, a May 1st kind of designation is maybe a little bit more fair number as you're trying to rid that narrative.
I think that's reasonable. And if Julio Rodriguez plays well 5 out of 6 months, the Mariners are going to be really good.
Yep.
It's funny to ask this question 22 minutes into a 25-minute interview, but what did you make of the Mariners' first week?
Solid. They like, especially considering the fact that, Cal Raleigh did not, until last night at least, had not had a significant hit. Josh Naylor hadn't had a hit. And Julio Rodriguez had 1 hit. The fact that they're 3-2, it's a good sign. And I think, this series against the Yankees, I really like watching these two teams play each other. I think it's fun. And I said this on Threads last night. I was like, boy, this feels like a series I could be seeing in October. And
like the weather, watching the breath last night, or just watching the personnel?
No, the personnel. The weather. I grew up in Cleveland, bro. A little bit of cold ain't phasing me. Like,
it might be the first time I've ever heard anybody say "I grew up in Cleveland, bro," as if it was a flex.
Wasn't trying to flex.
Hey, look, man, I grew up in Cleveland, bro, so I know. Okay, like I grew up in Cleveland. Dude. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Now, like looking back on that,
yeah. You can't win with Salk.
You're gonna regret.
But here's Brock. Here's the thing. He's right. I shouldn't have said
that. Jeffrey, we gotta go. We'll do it again next Tuesday. Already looking forward to it. Thanks, buddy.
See you, bro.
There you go. The pride of Cleveland. Jeff Passan. I grew up in Cleveland, bro. Oh, okay. Thanks, Jeffrey. All right, we got to go. We'll come right back here, Brock. We've got more to do. We got a whole nother hour. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. And I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Imagine yourself in a new Toyota, like Corolla. Now through March 31st, get 4.99 APR financing on a new 26 Corolla, Corolla Hybrid, or Corolla Cross. Excludes GR Corolla. Or lease a new Corolla Hybrid LE for $259 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better. better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these 3 books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Spring is the perfect time to make improvements that protect and add value to your home. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For decades, homeowners across the Pacific Northwest have trusted our team for roofing, siding, windows, and custom decking. This spring, save up to $3,000, or qualified homeowners can take advantage of 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest up to 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule your free estimate.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Don't miss out on marquee matchups at T-Mobile Park. Catch Cal and the crew as the Mariners and Yankees series continues tonight at 6:40 and tomorrow with a midweek matinee at 1:10. Then the Mariners are back for an AL West showdown against the Astros, April 10th through 13th. Get your tickets at mariners.com. That's mariners.com.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Lewis County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
Well, it was pretty powerhouse 25 minutes or so with Jeff Passan right until the end when he flexed on being from Cleveland. But other than that, tremendous information on the story of the day, which is the huge new deal that the Mariners have signed Colt Emerson to. 8 years, $95 million guaranteed, and an opportunity for that to be 9 years and maybe up to $130+ million. So I love his points on it, Brock, why you get a deal like this done, why he's different from some of the other guys that have been through here. I would have added to his answer on Jared Kelenic and those guys and just said, well, there's also the mentality element. It's just an easier investment in him than it would have been in Kelenic, given where he was at emotionally. This kid's a little bit more regulated. He's a little bit more mature. He's a little bit more ready, I think, to handle all of this than Jared.
But they didn't know that. I mean, the reason
they blew it. They were wrong on
that
one.
Yeah, the reason they put that in front of Jared is I don't know if he expressed that until really the failure at the big league level.
Yep.
So you really don't fully know until.
Well, you say that, but there was, if you think back and remember, Kelnick with his camera crew that he was bringing around. Some of the attitude of the, what was it? The when he hit the fastball.
Smell me later, bro.
Smell me later, bro. It was almost as flexy
as obnoxious
as
Passan.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there were red flags, whether they saw them or not, or have ignored them or not, is a separate issue.
2 or 3 of your
you
biggest
just don't have
takeaways.
those red flags here with Colt Emerson.
2 or 3 of your biggest takeaways from Jeff, from his insight. I'll start number 1, and it's a tiny little snippet, but the reason he didn't break this story was because this happened really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
He's usually the one that's going to break all these stories, but Mr. Murray broke it because, and you heard from, Jeff didn't say that, but I'm reading between the lines when Jeff said, yeah, this happened really quickly. There was not a lot of teeth pulling, both sides, and from his perspective, very much player driven.
Yeah.
Yep, I want to get this done. And he and his agent approached team, and this is where I want to be, and I've seen enough, and I love it here, and I don't need anything else. And I want to be a Seattle Mariner, so let's put together an 8 or 9 year deal.
I think that's a good observation, Brock. And when you combine it with the deals for Cal and Julio, it's he looks around and says, I want to be around this nucleus for a long time. I think that's a really, really good sign. Also, that deals like this tend to work.
For the most part, when it's this type of contract that buys out multiple free agent years at the end before a guy's debut, they've tended to be pretty successful. And whether it's Jackson Chourio or Sam Basayo, there's still a lot of hope. The Brewers think the Chourio deal is a huge win, and Basayo has a chance to be really, really good. And the Orioles bet on that in the same way that the Mariners are betting on Colt Emerson.
So there's that element of, hey, usually when these guys like this sign deals, it works out because there's enough info available on who they are coming up through the minor leagues. And then secondly, my question of, hey, what happens if there's a change to the system in baseball? Is this still a good deal? And his answer is great. It's an even better deal.
Well, that's the thing. If there's a salary cap in place, then and again, I don't think there's going to be a salary cap in place, but let's try and work through what it would take for players to theoretically accept something like that. The first thing that they would say is, okay, we're going to be free agents after 5 years.
Yeah.
So potentially the Mariners could be getting an extra year of free agency on top of what they're getting right now already.
Yep. Good deal. And you know what? It was a good deal for Julio 4 years in. The bang for the buck that he produces from a wins above replacement and the money that each of those wins just statistically cost. Mm-hmm. It's been a good deal for Cal Raleigh last year. Well, it was pretty good deal.
All right, so
hitting 60 home runs and second in the MVP
yeah, that worked
race.
out okay. So let's walk through this because his answer on JP Crawford was short and according to you, sweet, but it actually is a little bit, I think, more complex. How is JP Crawford feeling today? So, I, by the way, was out there yesterday before the game, saw JP on the infield taking ground balls at short and having fun. He looked like he was in great spirits, throwing across the diamond. He took batting practice. I think he's got some AAA games ahead of him, and we'll see where it goes from there. So, that's kind of where JP is at health-wise. But if you're JP Crawford and you see this today,
mm-hmm.
You probably have to assume that your long-term future in Seattle is done.
As a shortstop.
As a shortstop.
Yes, as a shortstop.
But you're also looking around this diamond and going, all right, well, Cole Young is another young player that they really like, who they have club control over. I mean, he's not going to make any money for 5 years.
5 years. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, Cole Young's not going anywhere. He's a better defensive player right now at second base in all likelihood than JP is. He's hitting. There's a whole bunch of reasons to
mm-hmm. think
that that's not going anywhere, and you're both left-handed, so it's not like there's a platoon situation. They've just traded for Brendan Donovan, who was another year after this one on his deal, and the early indications are obviously very favorable both for him as a person and for him as a player. If Colt Emerson is going to be here for 9 years, you're not.
You're in the final year of your deal. I mean, This is just the final piece of clarity. And you're also a grown up. You're also 30. You've also made a ton of money. You've also it's been.
Let me keep walking. Let me just walk through this for a moment. I'm speculating here again. Just like you said earlier, you and I are not always the best at breaking news. Because we generally it's one of the reasons I think we like morning drive is that we get some time at night to kind of noodle on these things, process, think a little bit, talk to people we know, kind of, do things to bring you guys the most insight we can. And this is hard for us. This is not our strength. But I'm just trying to put myself in JP's shoes and trying to figure it out. If this kid's going to come up this year, it's not going to be in all likelihood to play second or third. It's going to be to play shortstop. And especially now, look, I don't know what happens with Randy Arozarena in left field. He had another I thought, miserable defensive night last night. Yep. I thought that there was not so much the double that got past him. I thought he made the right decision there. He just couldn't get there. It was hit hard. But the ball to short right field that he didn't. He got to call everybody off. Like, that's your ball, man.
Yes.
And you heard Goldsmith kind of ask about it as well. Like, isn't that the right fielder's call? Like, where are you at, Randy?
Yes.
That was disturbing. So I'll have my eye on Randy, of course, as you know, all year long. But unless you think that Brendan Donovan is moving to the outfield at some point this year, Colt Emerson's playing shortstop. JP Crawford make it through the year,
or JP's. Hey man, this is final year of my deal anyway. Like, I got to go produce.
Maybe
if I want another deal,
and I don't think that I don't
play.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, Brock, that this means they're going to bring Colt Emerson up any sooner than they would have. If anything, this gives them a lot of leeway to wait till he's really ready.
Yep.
But you're going to do this and not bring him up at all this year? Like, at some point, and when they bring him up, everyone seems to think he's up to stay. So I do have some questions about how this affects JP Crawford, not just for the future. I agree with Jeff. His long-term future with Seattle is probably over. I'm a little curious for what it means this year.
I still think he's going to play third, Colt, and they'll just move Donovan around. I don't think you're trading a 3-win player off your team when you're trying to compete for a World Series.
It would certainly seem odd, wouldn't it? Yeah. No, I think you're probably right.
The beauty of baseball is these things tend to, and I don't like to say as much as you do, it's just baseball, but I totally understand where that's coming from. I like to think that, man, over time, this will work itself out.
They tend
maybe Donovan, it just isn't a fit at third base every single day. Right. I mean, it's been it's been cold. It's been tough. There's adjustments. He's trying to do this full time, and we'll just see how it all works. Maybe it's not the most natural thing for him, and it will be for Colt when he comes.
Yeah,
out.
it has not been a smooth transition to third base, at least through the first 5 games of the season. It has not been the strength of Donovan's game. I think,
and we'll see how JP's shoulder plays out, and we'll see how all of that works itself out. Like, the beauty of 162 data points is it gives you a lot of information, like a lot. And many times these things, kind of like last year with Jorge Polanco at third base, how is this? Well, it's not going to work out, and it's going to work out in a different way, and it's going to take a different path.
These are good problems to have, right? Having too many good players and trying to figure out how to play them all. Dan can figure all that out. This is a good problem to have, and one that we're not all that familiar with here in Seattle.
Wyman and Bob, every afternoon at 2.
I come into this with a lot more confidence. I know who this team is. I know who this management is. I know what they're going to do. Much higher expectations of this team.
Yeah, no question. I just feel like we talked about this during spring training, that there's some question marks, but there's no holes.
There's no excuse not to make the playoffs. Yeah, that's an absolute expectation, not a hope.
Wyman and Bob on the home of the American League West champion Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Hey, it's Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. We're getting ready to celebrate Mom, and Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel is the perfect spot for a Mother's Day weekend getaway. You could win up to one of 100 designer handbags filled up with prizes on Saturday, May 9th and Sunday the 10th. And don't forget to book a stay at the new hotel. It is elite. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. Head to snocasino.com for all the details and to book. It's Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This season, go electric with Toyota's BZ lineup, available now at Toyota of Kirkland. Instant power, smooth acceleration, and a quiet ride that feels like warm-ups before the stadium fills. Come in, take a test drive, and experience the future of driving for yourself. You can take home your new BZ the same day right after you test drive it. Charge up this season at Toyota of Kirkland and visit them today or online at toyotaofkirkland.com. That's toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. See our current specials with exciting savings at olympichottub.com. Better you, better life.
Now through March 31st, Lake Washington Windows and Doors is paying your sales tax, plus offering easy zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 12 months. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com today and save the sales tax.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let him know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mariners, Yankees, tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, huge new contract for... No, not Logan Gilbert, not Brian Wu. It's actually Colt Emerson, a guy who's never played a single game in the big leagues. He gets $95 million. $95 million over an 8-year deal. Could extend to 9 years with a club option. Could extend over $130 million. It is I think, great deal for the Mariners and for Colt Emerson. I really think this is a win-win for everybody. Jeff Passan joined us last hour.
The idea is very simple, guys. Free agent years are incredibly valuable, especially when those free agent years are in the prime of a player's career. And if you can get those locked up, if you can get those at a discount to what the price is going to be for top-end players, and you believe that this guy is going to be a frontline player, then you're willing to guarantee him the sort of money up front that teams in the past just simply weren't willing to.
Okay, so that's why they make a deal like this, Brock. And I kind of went through it from Colt Emerson's point of view earlier of like, yeah, if anything happens, I make $100 million. If I outplay the contract, I have a chance to go make even more money. And maybe I haven't maximized every single cent that I'm capable of. But in the meantime, I've protected myself by ensuring I make at least $100 million in my career. That's a pretty good deal. The bigger issue may actually be what it says about who the Mariners are right now.
But when you have Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh and Colt Emerson, 3 of your 4 up-the-middle players locked up for the better part of half a decade, you're in a really good spot. And when Colt Emerson showed a willingness to do this deal came together pretty quickly. Like, there was not a whole lot of teeth pulling in this process. There was not, there's back and forth in any deal-making scenario, of course. But this one, it was much more pleasant than most.
And talking up the middle, you've got that pitching staff and the guys who are on the way, and Cole Young.
So this has become a destination, man. It's become a destination. Became a destination for Josh Naylor. He wanted to be here. Signs a nearly $100 million deal. It's become a destination for Brendan Donovan that's loved every aspect of it, and the team, and the leadership, and the resources, and the commitment, and all of it. And now a first-round pick that, as you said, has flown through the system and is right on the precipice of the big leagues and is smelling it. Yeah, he decides, I want to buy into this thing too.
Well, and this is not him on this deal necessarily, Brock, but this was Colt Emerson during spring training. And I think it just shows another part of the reason why they wanted to get a deal done like this with him.
I have a love for the game that is just, I don't know how to describe. I just love the game so much, and I love every aspect. And coming out here and being able to practice my craft has just been amazing, and I can't wait to do it for longer. You know what I mean?
Now, assuming that's accurate, if you were looking for one thing that you would say that Julio, Cal, Donovan, Naylor all have in common, isn't it that? These guys that they've signed up to these long deals, isn't it just a true love of the game?
Yeah, and everybody loves to say, oh, I love to play. I love the game. And you know what I like to say? Show me your discipline. Show me how dedicated you are. Show me how much you're willing to work towards your craft, and all those guys check that box significantly too.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The look in by Blackbird. Here we go, the stretch of the right-handers. 2-1 to Cal. Swinging a shot over the bag at first. Fair ball. The Mariners win it. Here comes Leo Rivas to score. Cal Raleigh with a walk-off single. And the Mariners beat the Yankees tonight. 2-1 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Cal Raleigh with a run batted in. A shot over the bag at first. Down the right field line. And the Mariners with their first walk-off win of the 2026 season, and the big dumper comes through in the clutch.
For those wondering, Randy Arozarena was out there celebrating and high-fiving Cal. Got text about that earlier this morning. Somebody wanted us to know.
Good to know.
Just go through that inning for a moment, right? Starts off with a ground ball single for Leo Rivas. Not great defense. Is that Bellinger at first base at that point? Who was at first base? Oh, it's probably Ben.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
Not
Ben
a great
Ford?
defender. Yeah, not a great defender.
Yeah, and it showed
you hit hard
on that
enough
play.
and you get it by. Yep.
Absolutely, and then credit to you end up with an out, a little pop up from Cole Young, who had a really good day up until that point. Okay, fine. But then Donovan, I thought, had a great at-bat. And driving it not just up the middle, but to the right side of second base, allowing Rivas, who's a good athlete, to scamper over to third. And now you've got them in a jam because it's Cal and then Julio with a man on third already. Yeah, I think they probably should have walked Cal to get to Julio, but I think I don't know. If I'm Aaron, he didn't bring the infield in. He tried to go for a double play ball, and I think that you get a much better chance of that with Cal than you do with Julio. So I guess I understand what he's doing there.
And the previous at-bat, Cal got 3 swings and misses with a runner at third and less than 2 outs, right? And he's been in a real rut and real struggle. And you hope to see, from a Mariner perspective, that one go through the net, and that does nothing. And I thought, pretty good move by Dan to pinch hit when he hit him then, to give him an opportunity. It doesn't happen then, and then by good fortune, he comes around a second time, runner on third, less than 2 outs, and Cal does what Cal often does. He delivers when it matters.
All right, two more with the Yankees. They go tonight. Logan Gilbert against Max Fried in a battle of 2 guys that started on opening day.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to, Brock, what we are all going to get an opportunity to see this summer. You'll hear this theme song with shots of the Virginia Mason Athletic Center as the Seahawks are going to be on Hard Knocks. Of all the things that the Colt Emerson story surprised me, this story shocked me when Morris sent it over last night.
Yep.
Wait, it's taking forever to get to the best part of the song.
What's the best part?
Yeah, is this like an older...
No, this is what I've got.
Here, hang on. Pause that.
I feel like that's not what they play right now.
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah, it's coming up out of the water. The world champions. Another Lombardi trophy. The chase begins. Gosh,
Hurt yourself there?
No. JSN, Santana, Cooper Cup, Leonard Williams, Ernest Jones.
You think guys?
A.J. Barner in the barnyard.
You think EK and Mo Kelly end up becoming like the stars of this thing? For all of the credit those guys get behind the scenes, do you think this is their big moment?
How about Sammy? How about Sammy Ramsden?
Maybe.
Sammy going to have an opportunity?
We'll see.
How about Diamond Dave
I feel like there
Pearson?
might be a lot of shadow boxing.
I hope we get a whole segment on Dave Pearson where we go to his
how
house.
About Rich? How about NASA? How about all those behind the
my
scenes?
gosh. NASA's going to be a star. I didn't even think about that. You're right.
Yes.
You know what is a shame? Is that Matt Stretch Johnson doesn't work there anymore. Because when the producers discovered that weirdo, think about where that could have gone.
How about Stacy and Bump? The tables out there set up, watching every practice around.
I know. We're going to be nowhere to be found. We're just here in our studio.
I'm going to try to be so over the top when I am there.
You know G's going to find his way onto it
Obviously.
somehow. He's probably already plotting.
G's going to bring his videographer out there with him to chronicle his life of trying to be on Hard Knocks. That's everything you need to know. Kraken play tonight, by the way. They're in Edmonton. 10 games left to play there. Okay.
Johnny Schneider, Trent Kirshner, the whole crew, the guys behind the scenes. Be good. It'll be good. It is.
Are we going to get like Mike McDonald's wife and kid? Are we going to get Tracy Schneider, who's great? Like, I mean, like, there's so many characters in and around that building. It should be fascinating. I'm definitely looking forward to it. That's for sure. I've sort of given up on Hard Knocks because it's just, I don't know. Like, at some point, it's just kind of been the same thing over and over again. It's not my team, but I'm ready for it to be my team. Yep. The only one I watched really was the Giants one for the off season, but they will never do that again because this is the most embarrassing thing we've ever seen. All right. I was going to do Answer the Question Jerk, Brock, but...
Let's do Answer the Question Jerk. I would love to do that.
You want to?
I'm a part of the show. I would like to do that.
Are you?
That means, you got to text questions now so Saul can curate them.
You have to do it right now.
Part of this.
Like right now. You can't wait. 866-979-3776. 866-979-3776. We will do it at 9:45, but you gotta send in questions right now. Any question on any subject, and I'll put that together here in our break. Yes. What else did you want to say?
I want to play that Mike McDonald cut. I'm talking about next season and the thoughtfulness behind some of that, because that will be different for Old Hard Knocks.
All right, so we'll do all of that next. Brock and Salk.
I grew up in Cleveland, bro.
Thank you, Jeff. Seattle Sports on 710.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Joined by Mariners President of Baseball Operations, Jerry DePoto.
Obviously, Dan's second full season. How has he grown?
He's about the relationship, and that's never changed. He doesn't have the panic, and his general state of calm, I think, is reassuring to the group in the dugout. And I know that our players really respond to the fact that he cares first about them as people.
Only on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, springtime is all about getting ready for summer, and you got a room, a space maybe in your garage that's sitting empty, and you have dreamt of making it a home gym because you've heard me talk about how great it is to work out in your own home gym and avoid the traffic, avoid the weather, avoid waiting for equipment. Put it all in your own place and allow Top Fitness to create your own home gym. Give them your room dimensions, and they'll do the rest. A complete fitness room design. No secret, really, why everybody from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. They represent the very best brands in fitness, like Woodinville's own Precor, Inspire Fitness, along with many others. They also have everything from flooring to weights that will go in your own home gym. And right now, you're going to get a spring special financing. I'm talking 0% interest for 12 months, plus mention me and receive $150 credit towards any purchase over $1,000. Spring is here, so get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Hey, Eastside Mariners fans, have you heard? The Cross Lake Light Rail is now open. Celebrate with a traffic-free trip to see the Mariners take on Aaron Judge and the Yankees for marquee matchups today through Wednesday, including the first midweek matinee of the season. Your defending AL West champs are back in action, and with 10 stations throughout Redmond and Bellevue, it's never been easier to catch a game at the best ballpark in baseball. See the full schedule and get your tickets at mariners.com.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Pierce County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington State Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Mariners, Yankees, tonight at T-Mobile. First pitch at 6:40, 5:30 pregame. Hear every pitch live for free on the Seattle Sports app.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I need a little range. Step to the range. Come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, answer the question, Jerk, in 15 minutes, Brock. Lots of questions that came in, some good ones. I got them all written down and cut and pasted, copy and pasted, so we're ready to go. But if you want to try to send them here in the next few minutes, there's still a little bit of time left. I should also remind you, because we've been talking about just the Mariners all day, and if you're having any issues, remember, just download the Seattle Sports app, right? You can listen to every single game on one app, completely free. You can take the game with you on the go, out running errands, Little League practice, hikes, boats. Brock, wherever else you might be.
Automobiles, hang gliding up there, in Issaquah, whatever you want to do.
Watching youth sporting events, wherever you happen to be. The Seattle Sports app travels with you. You can, enjoy every pitch of Rick Rizz's final season all in one place at no cost. Yes, the easiest way to enjoy Seattle Mariner baseball is with the Seattle Sports app. And did we mention it is free? While you're there, you can leave us some messages for Here's the Thing, which, of course, we'll do on Thursday. Maura, how did it go with Lefko and Furbush with the Here's the Thing on Friday?
It was eclectic.
Good. That's a good sign.
Questions for Lefko, some concerns over Dave Wyman's handling of the streaming issues with Peacock and Apple TV.
Yeah.
A song. We got a Brendan Donovan on-base song that they kind of liked.
Nice. That sounds kind of fun. So, all right. So some stuff to think about as we get ready for our regular version on Thursday. Sounds like we will chat with Robert Murray tomorrow. He broke the story on Colt Emerson, and that'll be at 7:30. At 8:30 on Thursday, we'll have Daniel Jeremiah for the first of 6 appearances leading up to and immediately after the draft. Generally, they'll be on Wednesdays, but we had to move some things around, so we're going to do that tomorrow. I'm sorry, on Thursday with DJ, but looking forward to those as we start getting ready for the draft. All of the league is at the owners' meetings this week. Brock, Brady Henderson is down there reporting, and some others. And we saw Mike McDonald and John Schneider both meet with the media and talk a little bit. I mean, not great. It's not quite as like a whole press conference thing, but they sit at a table and chat a little bit. Here was Mike. This is thanks to Bob Condotta's sound.
I think the focus is like, let's double down back on the process that we want. Let's not skip steps on where we need to go. I remember having the conversations early on last year with you guys. And it was like, hey, look, in order for us to be, have those conversations about division and playoffs and things, we have to become a championship team. Well, we're a new team. We have to kind of re-become the team that we're kind of like destined to be without being too cliche or whatever. But there's a lot of new pieces, and I think that's where the focus is.
I've grown to so appreciate so much of that messaging, Salk, because kind of like Pete Carroll, it's not just slogans, it's not just words. They have power, and then when you actually live it out. And the genesis of that was, hey, how are you going to go about defending your championship? And like, that's not the way that's just not even, when we would ask Pete questions and he'd be like, what are you even talking about? Like, we don't even ever approach it that way. You're going to have Earl Thomas return punts. What if he gets hurt? Like, we don't worry. We don't even think about that. Like, we're in our lane. And we really have conviction about it. And, I think that's why there is such a tremendous amount of buy-in, because it's not just, hey, let's throw these things out there. Let's say these things. Let's put these things on the wall here. Like, they live it, they breathe it, they eat it, they devour it.
Mm-hmm.
And Hard Knocks is going to get a chance to, I think, see a lot of it and learn a bunch of it. I think there will be a fine line, because I think John Schneider was in that Pete Carroll camp of, I don't know how much of the secret sauce behind the walls we really want to give away, and how much we want others to see. And that will be, I think, a line to walk through this Hard Knocks, because you know what Hard Knocks wants? I want this
drama.
I want drama, but I want this thoughtfulness.
Yeah.
I want this lived out. I want, you do it a little differently, because you're actually walking all of this talk, and let's put this to this. And hey man, these are your things that are on the wall here, and here's how you live it. And I think there will be a little bit of a maybe a palm up, seriously, from the Seahawks side that does get to control what exactly in the editing of that and what goes out. Because I don't know if they want all their secret sauce totally out.
There's not a lot of sound, Brock, from the conversations for Schneider and Macdonald, but thanks to Seahawks.com, they wrote some of it up. So let me read you a few of them and get some reaction here. Here's Schneider on returning the entire offensive line. It's huge. You look at continuity, it's so hard to have that continuity these days. We had it in Green Bay, and those guys that were together for 8 years, to have that continuity is rare.
Cosign. And John Benton comes back, and then what is it, 14 guys? So you're not even talking about your 5 starters. It's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's everybody. I was even looking at some training the other day, last week, of who was the guy that started the one game, Amari Kite? No.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Was that right?
Yeah.
I hardly even know
Amari Kite.
Say his name.
Yep.
Yes. And he's back, and he's rehabbing along with everybody else. So to not only get your 5 back or your 8 back or your 10 back, but to get all 14 back on top of your O-line coach, kind of the brain trust behind all that, big deal, man. Big deal.
Even some little ones. D'Anthony Bell is not a name we talk about a lot, but I think this is somewhat interesting from a what they value standpoint. This is Mike Macdonald saying that the Panthers, quote, kind of stole safety D'Anthony Bell from them last year. He's a guy that gives us safety flexibility, but also some big nickel flex as a backup to Nick Eamon-Warry. So that's going to be something we want to make sure that if Nick can't find his helmet for a series or two, we can still go in and operate our defense. I think it's interesting more just on how important and valuable Nick Eamon-Warry is, and how they'd like to be able to replicate it if he gets hurt.
Yep. That's right. And he was a guy signed off the practice squad and signed to the other team's roster, and they did that. And he's also an excellent special teamer to go along with every other special teamer they re-signed and
Came
taking
up with
care
quite a
of
few
their
picks
own.
in training camp.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was definitely one of those guys. Mike Macdonald here on Jalen Milroe. Remember Jalen Milroe? He was a big conversation after they drafted him and throughout training camp, and then not so much once the season got going, and he had a couple of tough fumbles. I believe he could have last year. It's the way things shook out. It was best for the team for him not to be active on game day and have a larger role, but plenty of ability to do so throughout the year. I was really excited about his development. I know he's going to work his tail off.
Yeah.
What do you think happens with Jalen Milroe?
Yeah, that I think there's a couple things involved there. And this goes back to our JP conversation earlier of eventually kind of time plays some of these things out. And when they went into last offseason, Salk, the first offseason with a new staff, a new quarterback, all these new pieces, I don't think they knew that A.J. Barner in the barnyard push would be as unbelievably efficient. What they miss one time all season long? It was it. And, that really took a life of its own and became a really dominant short yardage piece. I think there were elements in April and May that were like, hey, man, let's get this guy in here. He's an unbelievable runner. And maybe he can do some of this tush push with his great strength. And then the third preseason game happened, and it sped up on him, right? I mean, it was just too much. Kind of fumbled and stumbled a little bit in Green Bay, and it just was like, yep, let's slow it. And then, as you mentioned, even, the first game or so, or first couple games?
I think there were 2 fumbles early.
Yeah, just not real clean. Just, yep, a little overwhelming.
And by the way, maybe
fast.
that would have worked better for him if he had been playing Like if he came in for a series at quarterback or 2 series, and like it was, but coming in for a down, it really seemed to mess him up and mess them up. And you know what? It's such a small thing, but kudos to Mike Macdonald and the rest of the staff for being like, look, that's not working. Let's stop doing that. We tried it. There was an opportunity here to get a talented, athletic guy on the field and try to take advantage of some unique skill sets. But it didn't work, so let's move on. And I thought that was really well done. That was a pretty smart thing that they did.
But what happens, best case scenario, he has an amazing preseason. He's wonderful in all the OTAs. He continues to develop. He goes in these preseason games, and he plays absolutely lights out. And, I don't know if a trade is in order necessarily for this offseason or whatever, but the following year, or maybe he evolves and Drew Lock's down on his 2-year deal, and you really feel great about having Jalen there, and so time will work a lot of that out, but he does need to continue to develop, no question.
On Riley Mills, you remember the sack, obviously, and what he did in the Super Bowl. I don't think everybody else saw the things that we saw from him on a day-to-day basis. I think that's why the guys are so excited for him to make the play finally in the Super Bowl. Just find a sweet spot on his role and where he's going to go, but the sky's the limit. If Riley Mills is a dude, that kind of changes things up front, doesn't it?
You think?
Yeah. I do.
Kind of makes you feel maybe a little better about the age and stage that Leonard Williams is at. And Leonard will be back this year, but how much more, I think Leonard's best football is more in the rearview mirror. I think he could still play great, be a difference maker, but it would kind of ease some of that transition with Jaron Reed eventually as well. And, this is why draft, develop, trade, why those things. And when you can draft your own, develop your own, and they're a 5th rounder and they're a 4th rounder and they're cost controlled, that helps offset, Salk, the $200 million you gave to JSN and you gave to Rashid Shaheed. That's kind of how the checks and balances all got to work themselves out.
You've got to find offsets to it, and it's why I was thinking more about your thought earlier this morning, Brock, about maybe trading up in this year's draft or even trading back in this year's draft. I'm not really that into either idea. I'm not saying that there aren't scenarios in which it works. And obviously I don't know all of the players in great detail the way you do or the way DJ will and even as much as I will in a few weeks by the time we get to the draft. But I'm looking at what they're doing. They're spending a lot of money on these guys on the outside, and they're going to end up spending even more on Devin Witherspoon. And those things make me nervous. I think you can do it, but one of the things it kind of mandates is that you get a bunch of hits in the draft. And if this year's draft stinks and next year's draft is great, I want to see as many of those 12 picks next year as possible. You're putting a lot of pressure on next year's draft, but that's when you really need those players to start hitting. So I really don't want to see them trade anything from next year to help them this year. I really don't.
Well, and you know what else you need? You need the Drake Thomases, the undrafted free agents, the Doug Baldwins. You need those guys to develop. And that is Ivy. That is an O'Toole. That is a Sheriff. That is those guys that with a season under their belt, you expect a whole bunch more for and from in 2026.
All right, some fun Seahawks conversation, a day of Mariner conversation, much of it centered around the new deal for Colt Emerson. We'll talk more to Robert Murray, who broke the story about that tomorrow morning at 7:30. Bump and Stacy will be all over it. Right now, though, we're just going to answer your dumb questions.
This is Brock and Salk's Answer the Question, Jerk.
Keep asking questions. Come on, I'll answer them. Come on, I'm here. I'm going to answer your questions, dang it.
Answer my question! The question, jerk! Well, don't just stand there. Answer the question, jerk!
There are a lot of behind-the-scenes questions today. People have behind-the-scenes questions.
Those are my kind of questions.
Like this one. Jerks, can you not increase the font size to 200% on the text toy, or is there another reason Salk has to paste things into Word? No, you can increase the font. I've done that. It's more because when you, I want to choose the best questions, and the text machine keeps scrolling. So once the more texts come in, the texts roll down lower and lower. They scroll lower. So if I put them in Word document, or in this case a Notepad document, because for whatever reason this computer doesn't have Word on it, then I can read them. That's all.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
No problem. I was at the Mariner game on Sunday, and my daughter asked why the Mariner Moose doesn't have a tail. Hey, Brock or Salk, do you think Mortimer should have a tail? I don't know whether he needs a tail. Does he? I think the Moose is just fine. He's been doing just fine. I would think it'd be hard to have a tail as a mascot.
You think so?
seems like something that could get stepped on. You're walking around. You're up on top of the dugout where the moose likes to go.
Drag on the ground, but
yeah, but it's just I feel like it would awkwardly balance you.
And it's not like the moose is doing backflips and anything too crazy.
That's true. That's fair. I don't think the moose needs a tail. No.
Who was it? The gorilla, the Phoenix Suns gorilla, that was just a.
Oh, that thing could jump out of the gym. Brock, how was your stretch this morning?
Decent. It was better yesterday.
Yeah, you getting into the stretching?
Yeah, it's good for you, Saul.
I'm sure.
Deep knee bends.
Sure.
Deep lunges with rotational spinal.
Yeah,
movements.
That sounds like a lot of fun. All right, answer the question, jerk, Coach Brock. It's rivalry week for our high school baseball team. Winner will most likely win the league. Does Coach Brock build that up? Or is he Mike McDonald? We don't really care. It's just about us go 1-0.
That's a great question.
I know.
I think the rivalry, especially if it's a strong one. I mean, if we're talking Hoquiam Aberdeen, right? If we're talking Peninsula Gig Harbor, if we're talking Rogers Puyallup, it just goes without saying. Don't need to speak to those kind of rivalry. You just know them. You feel them in your core. I don't even think you have to speak about it. But do I like a good pregame? Oh, will I ever forget Mike Heward's pregame with the Rams? What Vikings do? No, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that.
I think that you're in high school. Build it up, man. Rivalries are fun. Like, it's a fun opportunity to build that thing up.
Especially if they're all talking about it. They all know it.
So I'm looking at all these pictures of moose because people are saying moose don't have tails. They have like kind of little mini tail. Kind of.
Like a little appendage?
Yeah, it's like a little cropped thing, almost. They're not big. It's not like a long dangly tail for sure. I don't know if I'd call that a tail or not.
Huh, let me take a look. Let me be the ultimate voice reason on this.
I mean, if you just search it, it says yes, moose have tails, but they're very small, short, and inconspicuous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Usually about 2 to 4 inches.
They are inconspicuous. You're right.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
the
looking
moose
at
actually
tail.
has a tail. It's just inconspicuous.
Yep, I'm looking at it. I see a little tail.
Little, but it's not like a whole. It's not like a.
You know what they call it? They call it a stumpy tail.
Yeah.
Well, and they're vestigial, meaning they're too small for functionality, such as swatting insects.
That's too bad.
True.
Somebody should get the moose a more user-friendly, useful.
More pronounced?
Yeah, a tail that he could really, use.
Because I really enjoy when horses lift their tails.
Do you?
No.
Poor Gertie. Frenchies don't really have tails, so when she tries to wag her tail, she just shakes her whole body. It's very sad.
How is Gertie? You don't talk about Gertie as much.
Oh, she's great. She's pretty funny. She likes to. We met a dog. I'll tell you, it's not a Gertie story, but I was telling Maura, we met a dog up in Canada that was a working golden retriever, like a service dog. But we got to see it right when it took its vest off when it got done with work.
Ooh.
Oh my God. It was so happy, jumping around and lying on the ground, like arms and legs flying and paws everywhere. And this dog had
I think that's how it works for service dogs.
Absolutely.
Like once their work is done, then they just party.
Yeah, they're dogs.
Huh.
Yeah. They can only work for like a certain amount of time, and then they get time off to go be dogs. And so this dog had like a stuffed squirrel that it had in its mouth that it liked to walk around with, which Gertie likes to do too. She's got her squid and her octopus and her pumpkin that she likes to carry around and show to people. But this dog, when it puts its squirrel in its mouth, sings. But it only sings when the squirrel's in its mouth.
What?
Yeah. It's pretty
What do you mean
hilarious.
sings?
It was awesome. Yeah. Jerks, on a scale of 1 to Kyle Tucker, how excited is Lyle about the Colt Emerson signing today?
6. Pretty excited.
All right.
It's a good deal.
It is
I'm
a
happy
good deal.
about it.
Yeah.
It's not Kyle Tucker.
Doesn't it make you even more excited to see him finally play at the big league level, though? Like, they thought enough of this kid that they just gave him $100 million. Like, yeah, I want to see him.
Because Lyle and I see everything on socials together. What am I seeing with Kyle Tucker's helmet? Is there something? What am I missing? Is his helmet absurd?
It's not
or
his
something?
helmet.
What is it?
It's his tail. Oh.
Stumpy little tail?
I think people are making reference to his facial structure. So people have said a thing or two about it. I don't know.
Is it like are they calling him ugly?
I don't even know what people are getting at.
Oh, all right.
It's mean-spirited, and you will not stand for it.
Yeah, I will not have this Kyle Tucker slap.
Absolutely not.
All right.
Nope.
Who's more likely to be a Mariner next season, Randy, JP, or Kirby? Well, I'd say Kirby.
Kirby.
Because both Randy and JP are free agents at the end of the year, and Kirby's under contract.
Yep.
That was pretty easy. Always wondered, Salk, what time do you go to bed and what time do you have to wake up? And how do you fit watching the Mariners game into all of that? Thanks for all you do. You're welcome. Thank you for thinking of me. I generally go to bed later than I should. It's probably 10:30 to 11:30 is when I fall asleep. And then I wake up at 4:30. So it's actually pretty easy. I nap, and then I watch the Mariners game.
Right, and then you go to bed from 11 a.m. to sometimes 3:30 p.m.
That's too much. No, it's like noon to 3:30. It's not 4.5 hours. It's like 3.5 hours.
Oh, sorry.
But I set the alarm yesterday for like 2:30 to wake up and go to the over to Mariners. I almost didn't make it, man. I was like dragging myself off the couch. It took like an extra half hour. I do like a good nap. All right, what is the superior cone, waffle, cake, or sugar? I mean, let's be clear. The cake cone is disgusting. My wife is the only person in the world who likes that thing. It is nasty. Cake cones are the worst.
Cone? What is a cake cone?
It's that piece of styrofoam that is round, and they call it a cone, but it's basically styrofoam.
Oh, that's terrible.
The little short stubby cone. It looks like a moose's tail. That thing is worthless. Throw it out. That thing is free for a reason.
Okay.
Sugar cone is next. Sugar cones are good, but they're just cheap versions of waffle cones. Yeah, waffle cone there's a reason they charge you like $4 extra for a waffle cone. It's that good.
Yeah, it kind of adds the texture you need.
Do you like when the waffle cone has like some chocolate or dipped, like it's dipped in something, or yeah, I like that.
Or chocolate at the bottom of the cone.
Oh, that's good too. Yes, get a little Oreo dipped around there. I'll take that. Went to Dairy Queen this weekend. They had Dairy Queen up at the mall up there. Oh, it is just so hard to say no to a Dairy Queen Blizzard, man. They are so good.
You think?
They're so good. But I tried to do something new. I went and got a Choco Strawberry or something. So it was like strawberry Blizzard with a little bit of chocolate in it. It was actually really good. But afterwards, when I went back for my next one, I was like, okay, the next day, not later that day, 2 days later. I was like,
Reese's?
Yeah, Reese's with a banana.
Yeah.
And the guy had never heard of it. He'd never thought of putting a banana in with the Reese's.
Was it up in Canada?
Yeah. And he was like, I think I'm going to have to try that. I was like, dude, you can't beat it. It is the best way to do a Blizzard. You ever do that, Lyle?
I don't think so. I think I just usually get the normal Reese's Blizzard back when I get
Which are great. Don't get me wrong. I mean, that is a go-to staple.
When was the last time you had a Reese's Blizzard, Lyle?
10 years ago?
Something like that. I mean, I'd get Reese's or Oreo, but
Reese's is better than Oreo.
You gotta live a little.
But you should. Next time you do it, Cecily tells me it's healthy because it's got a banana.
I have. All this talk is making me miss eating ice cream cones, but it's been a long time.
All right, we got to go. Bump and Stacy up next. More conversation, I'm sure, about Colt Emerson and the walk-off Mariner win last night. We'll catch you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Until then, Brock, the hay.
Oh, you know where it is, Salk. It's in the barn.
Sure is. See you, everybody.
Yard.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Joined by Mariners President of Baseball Operations, Jerry DiPoto.
Obviously, Dan's second full season. How has he grown?
He's about the relationship, and that's never changed. He doesn't have the panic, and his general state of calm, I think, is reassuring to the group in the dugout. And I know that our players really respond to the fact that he cares first about them as people.
Only on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3,000.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit a federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Home is more than a place to live. It's where the best of life unfolds, where possibility sparks, where community grows, where lives take shape. At the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, that belief drives the work our builders, remodelers, and tradespeople do every day. Because when we build more homes, we're building so much more than housing. We're making room for what matters most. Learn more at roomforwhatmatters.com.
I'm Stacey Rost, and here with my friend Mark Clymer, GM of Wayscar Ford, Isuzu in Auburn. Mark, I know for me, when I go to a dealership, I just don't want to feel pushed into buying something.
Hey, I'm just like you, Stacey. I don't want to feel pressured when I'm trying to buy something either. So we understand that, and so do all of our employees. The bottom line is we'll give you the information that you want. We'll take care of you from beginning to end, and if it works out, great. If it doesn't, we understand. We only want to sell you a car if you want to buy one.
I think the thing that I want most is to be able to trust the person I'm working with. It's a huge investment, and I got to be honest, I don't know a ton about cars.
Second largest thing most people ever buy next to a home. So You're right. You want to make sure you're buying from a reputable place. You want a warranty, and you want to make sure you're covered for any reason you change your mind. And we offer that 5 days or 500-mile, 100% money-back guarantee.
And congratulations on 104 years in Auburn. That's a big deal. Check out the 104th anniversary sale going on now with great prices. That's Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn, wayscarford.com.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Robert. Robert, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I heard an ad, and my wife and I had just got our policy renewals from our previous provider, and everything had gone up quite a bit, 30-40%, so I thought I'd give it a try. It was a pleasant experience, very easy. It only took a couple of days to get the good news back.
And were they able to save you money?
Yeah, we were able to save well over $1,000. Not only did we save money, our agent found that we had some gaps in coverage, and they were able to not only save money, but improve our coverage.
Well, now you can be a good friend, and you can tell everybody about it.
Well, I have. I've, in fact, passed it on to a couple of my good friends, and they're taking the challenge as well. So it's been great.
Robert did it. My family did it. Now you got to do it, and it's totally free. Go take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you could be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
You have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Do you like helping others? Become a Shiva volunteer. In Lewis County, join the hundreds of volunteers across Washington state who help over 90,000 people each year with their Medicare options and questions. You don't have to know Medicare. We'll teach you. And if you're bilingual, even better. For more information and how to apply, call Shiva at 1-800-562-6900 or go to insurance.wa.gov.
Sponsored by the Office of the Insurance Commissioner and aired by the Washington